Check. Sound check. Sound check. Left mic. Sound check. Left mic. Sound check. Right mic. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Left mic, check. Left mic, check. Right mic, check. Right mic, check. Right mic, check.
Great job.
Left mic, check. Left mic, left mic, check. Left mic, check. Left mic, left mic, check. Left mic, 1, 2, 3. 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 Right mic, 1, 2, 3. Right mic, 1, 2, 3.
Took 3 wickets as well, didn't he?
So that's you go live, you get a feed. So that's your live feed. You press
Yep.
that means you go live.
Cool.
So gonna go mic check 1 2. That means you go live. So gonna go mic check 1 2. So this is all good.
Yep.
You're gonna get a fair bit of background noise as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fine. Do you want to go check once? The thing
Check,
is,
check, check.
hold on.
Check, check, check.
So the thing is, you may have to, because you sometimes get feedback on each other if you guys are too close. So further far off, much better.
Thank you.
Don't worry about what Closey says. Yeah, go check. Go to feedback again up.
Hello, how are you going, Maisie?
Well, thank you. How are you?
Very well, very well. It's a beautiful day for some cricket today, isn't it?
It's unbelievable, actually. It's the best day I think I've experienced in Hobart.
Hello and welcome to Newtown Oval. We're here for a beautiful day of cricket between Greater Northern Raiders and the Newtown Bucks. I'm here with Tasmanian Tigers superstar, leg spinner extraordinaire, Maisie Gibson. Welcome, Maisie.
Hello, thank you.
For those who aren't aware, I'm Zach Peace. I work in the media and PR team at Cricket Tasmania, and I've been tasked today with doing some commentary. So look out. It should be good fun. Maisie's quite the veteran when it comes to this sort of stuff, so she'll be carrying the team, I'm sure.
Special comments only from me.
So Newtown won the toss and elected to bat on what looks like a pretty good wicket to be batting on. Maisie, what are your thoughts going into today?
Well, after your feedback, as you played here yesterday, you said it was a bit of a road. So I guess Julia Kavanagh from a contracted Tasmanian Tigers player with a new ball who has the ability to swing it, I think will probably be key up front. And then with the likes of Ava Curtis, Alice McLaughlin rolling on through the middle overs as well. A big out, Meg Radford, AC joint.
Oh, no.
I think she did it Friday or Saturday playing for Riverside.
Yep.
Up north.
That's a shame. She's an absolute class player, isn't she?
Yeah, she's been a big part of the Raiders.
Just on Ava, she's just returned from the under-19 nationals where she captained there. I think it was pretty tough for the 19s girls while they were away.
Yeah, a bit tough. I think obviously coming up against some strong teams in other states, but I think disappointed in how they also performed personally as well. But I think this is a good way to turn it round for them.
And a few changes from last week where these two teams played against each other with all the Tassie girls coming out. So both teams are really relying on their depth with their underage and then a few of the experienced heads as well. Yeah,
which I think is pretty exciting to see as well, especially with our T20s here in Tasmania lining up with Big Bash. So obviously a lot of players Big Bash contracted, probably not playing as much club cricket. So it gives the girls who have probably contributed to these two teams making the finals actually getting to play a final.
Yeah, that's great news. In comes Kavanagh for the first ball. Short, just over the top. Looks like it's racing away pretty nicely. Just stopped on the boundary there. And they come through for a third. So what can you tell us about Jules? Obviously you face her in the nets pretty heavily.
Yeah, but she bowls an old ball to me.
To you.
Well, I wouldn't know because whenever she comes to bowls against me, I'm asking for an old ball. I bat in the lower order. You're not swinging it against me. So, but no, does shape it away. Angles it into me as a left-hander, takes it away, which will be the same here for Tilly Waddington.
Yeah, absolutely. Tilly comes from great pedigree with her brothers Declan, who also used to play for Lindisfarne. Yeah, great cricketer. I think she was just over 19s this year, so she didn't quite be able to go to this year's tournament, but good start for her, hitting one over cover. So who's likely to open from the other end here?
Potentially Ava. To be fair, I've not played against the Raiders at all this club cricket season yet.
Neither have I. Just one outside off there. She went swinging a little bit and just missed the outside edge.
It's normally Meg Radford that would probably take the new ball at the other end with her hooping in swing.
What have you made of Jules' season so far this year? She obviously hasn't played quite as much for the Tigers girls, just with the bit of experience, and then Callie Wilson coming on pretty strong too. Do you think she's maybe set for a big second half of the year? As one goes down the leg side there, another wide.
Yeah, I think the past couple of seasons, Jules has been someone who has unfortunately been injured quite a bit with a few stress injuries. So I think having a good pre-season this season and has contributed in a couple of games already this season, which I think is really exciting for us as a Tigers group, having so many players to pick from, which does make it tough. And then Callie also.
Kavanagh comes in. Oh, just a little high there. Maybe off the pad. They're going to try and come back for two. Just a single. And we spoke to Jules on Friday before the final, and her and Beth spoke at a media opportunity, and Jules just sort of spoke about the depth that the Raiders have got, and they've got a lot of young talent coming through. we've just looked at the wicket list. So 4 of the top 6 bowlers are from Greater Northern, which sort of shows that they've got a lot of bowlers that are able to take wickets. So, and Jules isn't even in that top 4 when you've got Peyton Stewart, Chloe Casey, Ava Curtis and Alice McLaughlin as well. So it just shows that they've got a lot of talent up there, don't they? One outside off stump, just a single to cover.
Oh, well backed up.
Yeah, very well backed up. So you've played in a few finals in your time. How would everyone be feeling today coming into this match?
Well, I think having played a couple of finals in Hobart particular, this is the perfect weather for it.
No rain?
No rain, the sun's out, it's warm, everyone's in shorts and a t-shirt spectating. But I think it's been a strong competition between these two over the last few years.
I'm pretty sure the Raiders have played in each of the last 4 T20 finals. So they've obviously showed that they've got that sustained success, and the 4-team competition definitely makes it easier to make the final, but it also gives more opportunities for players to be playing in these important matches, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think with the experience, and as you say, like there's a lot of depth up north. This is essentially a rep team from up north, which is pretty exciting to come down and play in Hobart. So on top of it being a rep team, then making the final, I think that's really cool.
Oh, Edge. Probably would have gone to first or second slip if they have one there, but you take them how you get them, right? That's 4 runs. Know all about the edges through slips, wouldn't you?
Oh, 100%. I think the hard thing in club cricket is the girls get together once or twice a week to train. As a club cricket coach myself, the last thing I'm thinking about is working on the slips fielding. It's more so just our basic 1%ers. So it's kind of like, do you have a slip? And are they going to catch it?
Yeah, in a T20 game as well, right? Like you're probably better off having a third man in where they can probably get that versus, say, a slip where you might have to remove that fielder too.
Yeah, exactly.
So Monique Booth is coming into bowl here. Can you tell us anything about Monique?
From memory, and this also could be completely wrong, so we're going to take my comments with a grain of salt.
Take every comment we say today with a grain of salt, please.
I think she's been someone that I've struggled against when I've played the Raiders because she bowls a bit of a wobble seam. So it's like the way the ball moves off the pitch and in the air also isn't as consistent as what it would be for someone like a Julia who has a nice upright seam and is always going to get that shape.
So just changing the field here. They pushed a third man back. So on the offside, you've got point, extra cover, mid-off. Then on the leg side, mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, short fine, and then a deep square. Oh, cracking shot. Straight through the offside there off the back foot. Talk us through it. What do you think of that one?
I think in the first 1.1 overs so far, we can see when it's on the stumps, it's quite hard to score. And then anything that's a little bit too full or a little bit too short, it's quite easy to score.
Yeah. And it was only a little bit of width there. Like I didn't think that was quite wide, but she sort of just backed away slightly and then put her through the offside. That's a better line there. Just back of a length. Didn't really give her much width there.
And that's really good running.
Yeah. They've turned that into 2 quite easily, haven't they?
Yeah.
That was one of the keys yesterday. Obviously, it was a different game, a different contest, but the team that won, they turned the ones into 2s. Because there are a few pockets here where you can certainly turn those ones into 2s quite easily.
Especially when the angles could be slightly off with your fielding positions.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, well bowled. A little bit of shape away there, by the looks of it.
It looks to be.
Just for some context, we are sitting upstairs in the rooms at Newtown, so there could be some background noise, so we apologise in advance if you hear something unsavoury. It's not from Maisie or myself. Well bowled to come through for a quick single there, just works it off her hip. Do you know where Tanila Glasgow's come from? She's from the West Indies, right?
Yeah, the CTPL and the women's side have been lucky enough through Damien Wright, who is the pace bowling coach for the female West Indian side, to have 4 West Indian girls come out, 2 playing at Clarence and 2 playing at Newtown. I believe...
Comes in. Just wide down the leg side. The keeper's just missed it and it's gone away for 4.
I believe one of the girls who is not playing is recovering from having her appendix out.
Oh, no. It's no good. How have you found around, obviously you've been away for WBBL, but has it been nice having some experience from the West Indies girls that you've been playing with?
Yeah, especially at my club, we kind of lost a few girls last season. So having 2 come in that kind of bring that experience has been really good for us as a team.
It's a great ball. Just on the top of off there through the offside from Tilly. Just a single there.
And a run out.
And they've come through for the second, and there's a run out. It looked like they weren't going to go, and Waddington takes off. I think she might have been called through there, but the first wicket, that's sort of come out of nowhere, hasn't it?
Yeah, and this is a really good opportunity for the Raiders here to kind of switch that momentum now. Every time I've seen Tilly bat, she's been hitting them well, so I think that's a really key wicket, and then it's a chance now to try and build some dots, build some pressure here.
Yeah, there probably wasn't 2 there. It's hard to know. I mean, maybe if they had to run that first one a little bit harder, but it just looked like there was a little bit of indecision there, which sort of resulted in Tilly being out by a long way there.
Yeah.
So in comes the Scottish international here. He was batting at number 4 in the Women's T20 World Cup. Lister. Have you played against her much, Maisie?
I think the only teams I've played against have been North Hobart this T20 season so far. So no, I haven't seen a lot of her at all. Also a wicket-keeper, I know that, but she's not down to keep today.
Yeah, okay. Looks like Ange Green's keeping for Newtown. After a little bit of research this morning, I saw she batted at 4 during the World Cup, so she's behind the 2 Bryce sisters, and there seems to be a little bit of a Scottish connection to Newtown specifically, and I suppose across Tassie as well.
Yeah, with the Newtown captain, Chloe Abel, with some Scottish heritage, who also went to the World Cup this year as well, playing for Scotland. Pretty exciting thing. Yeah,
and last year, Catherine Bryce played for Newtown?
Yeah, Catherine Bryce, a Hobart Hurricane.
Yes.
I'd say she's a Newtown stalwart now because the amount of seasons she spent down here. That's a
great shot. Just off the back foot, put it over cover for 4. Just went off the bat nicely there. She didn't really look like she went that hard at that one either. It sort of just came off the bat perfectly.
Yeah, I wish I could hit the ball like that.
We struggle to get it off a skirt at the best of times, right?
Yes, we do.
That's an interesting over, that one. We're, 2 overs down now. We had a run out, a couple of boundaries in there, a few wides, but that's T20 cricket, right?
Well, that is, and it can change so quickly, the momentum from team to team. I think as a team you just have to ride that, and it's only like who can just hold their nerve that little bit longer in just those little battles throughout the game.
So Jules Kavanagh is coming in for her second over here. There were some good balls in that first over, but I feel like her length is maybe a little off.
Yeah, and just a little bit of the line. I think that's her trying to find how much swing is there for her, and then hopefully we'll see her adjust well now.
Right on cue. Maisie Gibson with the specials there. And Glasgow has chopped on, just on the inside edge there to middle stump. That was a nagging ball there, just probably on that 4th stump line just outside the off.
Yeah, just a nice hard length. Probably potentially tried to do too much with it. Again, I'm not a batter, so I also don't know her strengths. It could have been in her wheelhouse.
Yeah, we saw her play that lovely shot through the offside before, so I imagine she was probably just looking for that one again. But unfortunately, after a good start, Newtown are now 2 for 28 off 2.1 overs. So out comes Newtown's captain, Chloe Abel. You would have played a little bit with Chloe during her time when she was contracted to Tasmania. What can you tell us about Chloe?
I used to hate facing her in the nets. just because she's someone who is so tall.
Yep.
Probably one of the tallest players I've played against in the female game, and just that awkward bounce.
Yep.
But yeah, she's done a lot of work outside of the Tigers program as well. Obviously, spent last season playing in England and then also training with Scotland and then playing for Scotland as well. So she's probably now a full-time cricketer and playing cricket nearly 12 months of the year, which I think at someone her age can't do any harm. And I think training sometimes only gets you so far until you can put those things that you've been working on at training into a game. So I guess that's where you see the real progression.
Yeah, it's one thing I know Cricket Tasmania are trying to do as well, is just create more playing opportunities for players. So even though Chloe hasn't been getting those opportunities for Tasmania, for her to be able to go play for Scotland and then come use those skills back here is obviously great. In comes Kavanagh. Well, Ball just worked off the hip down to fine leg there for a single. They're not trying for two this time, just a single. Back into the keeper. So Lister back on strike now. These two would obviously be quite familiar with each other, having spent a bit of time at the T20 World Cup together and now playing for Newtown as well.
I also think they're really good friends off the field, so I think that always makes things just a little bit easier.
Yeah, for sure.
When you're out there in the middle, when it's 2 against 11.
Yep. Kavanagh coming in. That looked pretty quick there. Very uncomfortable at the stumps. Couldn't really do too much with that one. So Chloe's currently sitting 7th overall in the total wicket tallies for the season, and she also had a 67 against Clarence earlier in the year. I think that might have been during WBBL, but I'm sure you would have been watching on the stream, Maze.
I actually watch a lot of club cricket, but yes, I did see that, unfortunately, for my club, but good for Chloe.
Yeah, great for Chloe. Another great delivery from Kavanagh, shaping in nicely to the right-hander. We didn't really see too much movement when she was bowling to the lefties, right? But now that the right hand's on strike, it seems to be coming in a little bit.
Yeah, I think because she's able to get a proper angle across them to come back in.
Yeah.
Rather than it coming in and going away.
For the one across now, one that doesn't sort of shape back in, to try and get them to think that it is going to come in and maybe get the edge.
Hopefully it doesn't go through slips again.
She comes. No single there, just worked to mid-wicket. It's been a good over from Kavanagh so far. She sort of found that line and length a lot better than that first over, where maybe it was just first over jitters or whatever it might be. There's always a bit of adrenaline when you come into bowl for the first time.
Yeah, 100%. She's adjusted very well and kind of stopped the run flow here for Newtown as well, and then obviously picking up a key wicket.
Yep. It's well worked into the gap there. Could be two. Might even go the whole way. Oh, great effort there on the boundary. She's tried to keep that one in, but couldn't quite get there. Lovely effort by Scollier down there. And you were saying before that Ella's mum's got her first WNCL game tomorrow.
Yeah, I read that. Read that on Facebook.
Oh, we've got her right next to us.
Maybe. But yes, she'll be making her WNCL debut, umpiring the Tigers and New South Wales tomorrow at Ninja Stadium.
Ninja, lovely. So I'm sure you'll be appealing extra loud, knowing that you've got a pre-existing relationship with the umpire, Maisie.
Well, I think she's actually umpired us in club cricket when we played last season up north, and I didn't actually realise the connection.
Oh, really? Yeah,
so,
okay.
But still, I think an amazing achievement. I think she's the first Tasmanian female.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been seeing a little bit of that now. I think Lizelle's been doing some umpiring as well. It's sort of showing that there's quite a pathway now.
And she was also over at the under-19s in Perth recently as well.
Yeah. I think Lizelle was potentially going to be doing that too, but I think with the birth of her second child.
Pending birth.
Yes, pending birth.
I saw Tanya yesterday.
How was she?
She's ready for baby number 2.
So I think this is Chloe Casey coming into bowl here. Ooh.
It's a lovely start.
Yeah, lovely flighted delivery. I think from a spinner's perspective as well, Maisie, they can sort of try to dart the ball in a little bit too much with T20 cricket. So I think flight's definitely a key to any spinner during this sort of game, right?
Exactly, especially if there's a little bit of breeze around.
She comes again. Lovely ball outside the off stump. Fired up nicely above the eye line, which is obviously a long way up for Chloe as well.
The hard thing is with Chloe being so tall is the lengths are probably a little bit abnormal because she's got such long levers, but a great start so far.
She comes again. It's a little fuller. Oh, beats the bat nicely. It's a great delivery. Doesn't look like there's much turn there, but you can certainly see she's fighting it up and then the ball's drifting a little bit. And bowling with the glasses on, so no cap like Maisie Gibson, but
Amy
sunglasses.
Smith like.
Yeah. That's another good ball. She's just worked it into the leg side there for a single towards mid-wicket. Brings Lister on strike here. Do you think she might look to use her feet and potentially try to go over through the offside here?
I think so if she gets the flight that she wants.
Yep.
But I think a wicket-taking opportunity.
Just towards the leg side there. A few bounces to mid-wicket. Lovely throw back in, but they've come back for two pretty easily there. Lovely throw in there by, I think it might have been
Alice McLaughlin?
McLaughlin, yeah. Last ball of the over here. A little straight, another nice shot there to the leg side. Just in between long on and probably cow corner there. A lovely shot by Lister. Just a couple bounces to the boundary. Pretty good over from Casey there. I think she's a bit unlucky to go for that boundary towards the end.
A good gap, though. I think even if she had a long on out, it's probably still finding the boundary. So we've seen so far that she can get the ball into some interesting areas that maybe require a funky kind of field, whether that be like a deep extra cover out or a straighter deep mid-wicket.
And as a spinner too, you don't necessarily mind getting hit in the air because with your variations, you can sometimes push the next one through or even flight it up and it can cause a few problems.
Yeah, and especially if they're hitting over your fielders, I think you've probably bowled the line and length you've wanted. They've just won that battle then.
So you're surprised that Kavanagh's come back for a third here, or are you thinking they've got their best batters in, so you want to give her another one considering her second over was quite good?
Yeah, I definitely think, and she can now have 4 out as well to try and also stop these runs and hopefully break. I think this is a very big partnership for Newtown. Also
coming round the wicket now too, probably just trying to not let Abel free up her arms too much. So they've got a fine leg and a deep square, and then also probably a deep extra cover there. So only the 3 out. In comes Kavanagh. A little wide.
Good dot.
Yeah, good dot. Just inside of the line there.
Flirting with the line, we like to say.
Yeah. Are you surprised they've only gone the 3 out, even though they could go another 1 or 2?
Yeah, I think with their run rate, I think you could probably afford to have 4 out. But if it pays off here, then they're laughing, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, 10 and over at this point is a pretty good start for any power play. Oh, another one outside off stump that beats the bat. Well bowled by Kavanagh here.
Especially if she keeps bowling this line, kind of like that 4th, 5th stump channel, I feel like potentially having a deep third might be worth it, especially because, as we've seen, anything that kind of gets through the inner circle has been 4.
Yep. Yeah, great job by the curators here at Newtown to ensure we've got a nice quick outfield today.
We've just dropped mid on to long on now. Might see a change in pace.
Probably looking to go a little bit straighter, I would have thought, with this field. Yeah, there it is. Just down leg side there. Probably a slight overcorrection from those first 2, which were a little wide.
Yeah, but I think you're definitely right. She was trying to hit the stumps there a little bit more than what the first 2 balls were going to. Sometimes just a change in field doesn't even mean you're going to change what you're actually bowling. It's just essentially mind games with the batter.
Yep. Specialty.
mind games.
Full toss, just to cover. Well fielded there.
By the opposing skipper, Ava Curtis.
Yeah. So that's 3 dots and a wide. It's a pretty good call so far, right?
Not so bad.
Yeah. And this is probably one of Greater Northern's better bowlers, so I'd assume they'll probably save one for the surge a little later, or maybe one of the last overs. I'd be surprised if she bowls her 4 out.
She definitely will bowl her 4, but probably not straight, no.
Yeah.
Catch.
And that's chipped up straight to point. Chloe's out for 2. That round the wicket plan seemed to work quite well, didn't it? Sort of
Yeah,
the 2
just-
wide ones and then the straighter ones.
Yeah, just a change of angle slightly. I imagine it's the same as if a right-hand bowler was to come around the wicket to me. I hate that angle kind of at the hip and rib, which is kind of, I guess, potentially what Julia was trying to bowl. And then when you get something that you kind of, your eyes light up and you're like, ripper, and it's potentially just a misexecution from Chloe.
But it certainly makes sense now that they've gone the 3 overs from Kavanagh if she's taken those 2
Well, it's
wickets.
definitely come off then.
Yeah, it's a great result. So I imagine she'll finish this one and then get a little rest. In comes Imogen Hill. Don't really know much about Imogen, if I'm honest. She's wearing the black gloves, which I quite like.
Means business, that.
Yeah. Looks like she didn't play in the games last week. So maybe one of those players that have come in, considering the Tasmanian Tigers players have come out. But they've obviously got a lot of faith for her, coming in at 5 ahead of Beth and ahead of Vanessa Dobson. Beth's not playing, sorry.
Unfortunately, Beth went down earlier in the week with a slight quad strain, which has ruled her out of today's games.
Another good ball there by Kavanagh. Just a one off so far. Oh, really attacking those stumps there. It's very tight. Maybe just sliding down leg with that angle coming around the wicket.
Just doing some Instagram stalking, bear with me.
The powers of social media, huh? Looks like Chloe Casey's going to continue here after that good first over. Field's spread a little bit more now. You've got a long on, cow corner, deep square, and then a deep cover. Another nicely flighted up ball. A beautiful shot over the offside. It's 4 runs there, probably 2 bounces. Hits the hoardings there. Talk us through that shot.
I think she's whacked that over mid-off / extra cover. So it's kind of like, obviously we've seen her sweep already today and hit one over mid-on. It's kind of like this is where a funky field might be needed. And in terms of that line that Julia's standing on could drop out.
It's well bowled again. Oh,
That's
just
well
falls
fielded.
short. One bounce to the fielder, a point there. But you can see from Lister she's gone 4 boundaries of her 18 runs going at 2 a ball. So she's obviously quite the striker of the ball. Uses her feet and caught a point. It's another wicket for Greater Northern there.
It's a very big wicket.
Lisa's just tried to use her feet there and then hit over mid-off who was up and then just sort of sliced it to point.
I think that's well bowled by Chloe Casey. She's held a nerve, obviously. She's come out hard against the spinner. and being able to still back herself and flat the ball up there, and she's reaped the reward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been great bowling so far by Greater Northern, to be honest. They were quite brave, obviously, with the plan with Chloe as well to come round the wicket. I reckon that was spoken about beforehand. And Casey's just been flying the ball up quite nicely.
They've also backed it up in the field as well. So a bit slow maybe across the ground with it leaking a few twos, but I think taking all catches that have come their way so far.
For sure. Just having a look at Chloe's stats while she played at the Under-19 Nationals. She took 4 wickets against Papua New Guinea in a game that Tasmania unfortunately lost, but it must have been good to see that reward at that level. Oh, she's just played a late cut there down there for 1. Coming back for a second, they decide against it. Another good ball there by Casey.
Only 2 out here for the new batter facing her first few balls against Chloe Casey.
Yeah, really trying to strangle me, aren't they?
Yeah.
She's worked that nicely into the leg side there. And he was now off the mark. A little bit flatter. Well played there. Top ball from Ange Green.
Good finish to the over.
Yeah, great finish. Good over there by Casey. So Greater Northern used 3 bowlers now. So Monique Booth went for a few in her first. She went for 17 when Lister was sort of getting after her there. And Kavanagh's now bowled her 3 for 2 for 16 and Casey's 1 for 13. I think if you're the Greater Northern Raiders, you'd be very happy with where you're sitting at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is what I spoke about before, riding the waves of it. And Newtown were probably always going to come out hard, but the Raiders have done well to hold their nerve, and hopefully we can see Monique come back on and bowl with her 4 out, because I would hate to be a power play bowler.
Yeah.
In the game of cricket.
Yeah, for sure. Especially against some of the talent that were coming up in that top order too.
Exactly.
Just outside off stop, works into the gap for 1. Ava Curtis bowling here, I believe.
It is Ava.
So captain of the 19s, captain of the Raiders. Really good talent, isn't she?
A very good talent. She's been so consistent for the Raiders and has played multiple years of under-19s and playing up in that sense as well.
A bit shorter work down to third man there for a single. Well played there by Ange Green, who's obviously someone that's played a lot of cricket now. Played for North Hobart for a number of years into Sandy Bay, and now she's playing for Newtown, I think.
She is. I think potentially still plays for Sandy Bay as second grade play at different times to first grade normally, which lets probably the higher crop of second grade still come up and play a good standard of cricket. Also a very good pickleball player.
Yeah, I heard this, that she went to the pickleball world
Yes.
champs. Yeah. Have you played much pickleball yet?
I've not played once, but my lateral movement is horrendous, so I can't imagine I'll be any good at it. So I probably won't try.
Yeah, fair enough. Curtis comes in. Oh, stayed a little lower there. Just worked down to third man for a single. Good job by Hill here. Curtis is maybe going a little short. Maybe try and go a bit fuller.
Yeah, probably not bowling where she wants to, but I think the luxury here is it's not been hurting the score too much, just a couple of singles here and there. So I think having her 4 out, especially if your radar's a bit off, probably gives you the confidence to try and find that.
Just try and work it past point there for 1. They might look to come back for a second here. So Fielder picks it up. It's a Good through there. That's what we were talking about earlier, where you can sort of find those pockets where you're a little bit further away from the wicket that can be turned from ones into twos, especially at Newtown.
Exactly, and especially if you run hard.
Yeah. And that boundary towards the Croquet Club on the far side looks to be quite long today. I don't think you'll see many boundaries out to that side. That's better from Curtis there.
Overall, not a bad over.
No, very good over. It's a good start. 5 off. I think if you're Newtown now, you're just trying to stabilise for a little bit. You're okay to maybe go up 4s or 5s for a couple of overs just to sort of steady the ship here.
Yeah, I think if the Raiders can keep bowling the way they have been and probably steal another wicket, potentially puts them just a touch in front just after the start that Newtown got off to.
Yep. And it looks like Casey's going to continue, who's been pretty impressive so far, to be honest. So would you ever bowl in sunglasses, Maisie?
I sometimes do in club cricket.
Yeah. Nicely fired it up. Works it to the leg side, just a single to short fine there. Do you find it's a feel thing, or what are you sort of looking for if you're going to be bowling with your sunglasses on?
Well, for me, they actually just fall off my head, so I don't do that.
You do get horizontal when you bowl, though?
Well, yeah, it's a very unorthodox action. But I think if you're probably not going to wear a hat and you bowl spin, I probably would wear my sunglasses, as it's such a shock to the eyes when you take them on and off.
Yep. Curtis comes in. Another well-flighted delivery. Oh, and she's bowled him. Or bowled her, sorry. Well bowled by Curtis there.
That was something out of nothing.
Yeah. Just sort of a slight inside edge, and Green's now gone. Just a little bit of turn back in, and I think it's just sort of caught the inside edge of Green's bat. And it's the second chop on today, I think. Maybe the wicket's a little bit too paced. Comes Aaron Lawler here. Former North Hobart cricketer, I believe.
Is she? I remember playing underage against her way back when.
Yeah.
She bowled rapid.
Yeah.
A bit scary.
Yeah. So Newtown 5 for 53 off their 7.5 overs here. You're probably just trying to take the game for as long as you can to try and bat out your 20 and get to a good score. Hill's done a good job so far of getting off strike and just sort of working it in for those singles. What do you think we could be expecting here from Lawler? Is she likely to try and go a little bit, or is she trying to work it into the gaps?
From what I know of her back in underage, which was a very long time ago, she was someone who was quite attacking and could hit a hard ball. Mm-hmm. So I think this is a situation where...
Oh, another lovely flighted delivery. She's just blocked it there towards point.
Where it's, you probably don't want your players to go too far away from what their natural game is, but also give themselves the best chance to probably bat for as long as possible here as well, considering there's still 13 overs to go.
Yeah. And you'd hope that batters would be out there discussing that as the new one comes in. Just works it into the offside. Fielded by Kavanagh there at a shortish cover. Lovely over from Casey here. Softer. Just a drop catch there at short fine. Definitely not an easy chance, but short fine leg's got a hand to that, and it's just gone through to the boundary, but a matter of inches there from probably being caught.
No, I think she definitely got a hand on it. Probably not expecting it, though, at a short 45. Probably not expecting a pull shot like that to come at you.
Yeah. I suppose with Curtis flighting the ball up, she could probably step inside a little bit and try and help it on its way. But very close to nearly being Newtown's 6th wicket here. So Curtis to continue here. start the 9th over. Well, it's just sort of off the back foot there, guided it down towards third man. Pretty fine. And it's gone for 4. Are you calling that an edge, or did she guide that one down?
No, I'm calling that's a well-played short ball.
Yeah. Lovely shot there by Lawler. Curtis probably just looking to straighten up a little bit here. Maybe a little bit short towards the offside. She comes. Oh, short again. Nearly played on for the third time. That was quite high, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think because you only get one over-the-shoulder ball for the over, Ava probably needs to just pitch it up a touch to reduce that no ball free hit situation that could have come out of it.
Another short ball from Curtis, who lovely shot by Lawler there. Come back for 2. Slight misfield. Thrown in, they've just come through to 2 there. It's a good shot there by Lawler. Another short ball though. Curtis just missing her lengths a little bit. That's a better ball. A little bit fuller. Still not really attacking the stumps, but that's a better line and length there from Curtis.
I think also with her pace, I think she's probably one of the quicker bowlers in the CTPL here. So once she gets it right, I think it's going to reap rewards for her. Definitely. Just with the pace she has.
Gone up for an appeal there. Felt like it was a little high. And to go with her bowling as well, Ava's also averaging 79 for the year, so she's obviously had a few not-out inningses, 237 runs, which puts her 3rd overall in the tally, and then to go with 9 wickets, which has her at 4th, so a really true all-rounder. Oh, another quick delivery. It's just gone down to 3rd there.
Just looks like she's getting on Lawler just a bit quicker than she's expecting.
Yeah. Decent over there by Curtis. He's on 5 for 64, or 5 for 65 after their 9 overs. Casey to continue. Who's likely to be Greater Northern's 5th bowler here? They've only used the 4 so far, with Booth bowling 1, Kavanagh 3, Casey now going into her last over, and then Curtis bowling 2.
I've seen a bit of Alice McLaughlin, who also bowls off pace. So previously she's bowled off spin to the left-handers, leg spin to the right-handers, trying to just find that outside edge.
Oh, just in the gap there.
That's really well fielded.
Yeah, well fielded. By Scullier.
Again, she's done some very good efforts in the field so far.
And Peyton Stewart obviously has taken some wickets this year as well. I'd be surprised if she doesn't get a bowl. Just a little flatter than what she was bowling earlier. Just worked out to deep square for a single. So field at the moment, they've got point, deep cover, shortish cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, cow corner, and then the deep square. And then you've still got your short fine leg as well as Casey comes in. Attacking the stumps. Oh, just nearly another chopped on delivery there, Maisie. What do you think is causing the batters to be either playing a little bit late or it's just sort of coming on a little bit more difficult?
Chloe Casey's quite a little girl, isn't she? That's a shot.
A great shot. And that's one bounce for 4 straight down the ground.
I think just adjusting to the height of release
Yep.
from her and then the angle in that she's getting
Yep.
with the ball. So I think it hasn't let them free their arms. But as you see, when you have positive foot movement, you can kind of negate that. But as a spinner, you don't mind being hit back over the top of your head.
Not. Especially using the feet as well, right? 'Cause she has been looking to flight them up, so maybe the next one there might be a little bit of deception in there. It's a bit flatter. It stayed a little low. She's worked it out to cow corner for a single. It's good to see from Newtown that they haven't gone into their shell, considering they've lost these 5 wickets. It would have been easy to maybe not be too expansive with the shots, but they're still looking to attack pretty freely here. Oh, that's a good shot there by Hill. Just a single down to deep square.
Looking for the 2.
Yeah, they did run that first one quite hard. That's a great spell of bowling from Casey. 2 for 27 off her 4. I think you'd be pretty happy with that output.
100%, especially in a final like this. And again, the batters that she's bowled against.
Yeah. Obviously in pretty good form coming off the 19s Nationals where she took some wickets, and it's always good when their players have been coming back from form from their national titles and then getting to come play in front of your friends and family after being away. I know you're good friends with Nat, who was the 19s coach. How have those discussions gone after the tournament?
Yeah, obviously disappointing with some of our results, and probably just Tasmania not playing their best cricket. But I think some highlights coming out of that. Again, Chloe Casey backing it up. We had Maggie Rogers from North Hobart take 4 for against PNG.
New bowler here, straight to mid-off.
So this is Alice McLaughlin, who is now bowling seam up. So she does it all.
Yep.
Off spin, leg spin, pace.
Love it.
I think whatever the team needs, she'll adjust to.
That's great. Seems to be a pretty good pace too.
It's just a niggly bowler that'll just try and hit the stumps.
Just work to cover. There's a chance here.
That's
It's very close. And she's been given... It's just sort of hit straight to cover there. Maybe there could have been a run, but it felt like it went straight to the fielder.
I think you've got to pick your fielders, and that fielder was Ava Curtis.
Yeah.
But an unbelievable throw directly over the stumps.
Yeah,
I
made
think
it easy for the keeper.
if it was a little bit off, that probably could have changed the difference between it being in or out.
Yeah. So Dobson's coming out to bat now, who's obviously made some runs throughout the year. So for her to be coming in at number 7 definitely shows they've got quite a deep batting order.
Yeah, exactly. She's been very good for them over the past couple of seasons as well. She's been someone that I know at Clarence we've struggled to get out, and she'll just absorb the pressure when she needs to, which I think is a very important role, and quite quick between the wickets as well. So this will go nicely with Imogen Hill.
And she's batted like towards the top as well. I think she might have opened in a few games.
Yeah, I think a versatile player.
Yep.
And can play whatever role the team needs, which is what you need, especially in club cricket, where you've got, I guess, people coming in and out for higher duties or life commitments. I think that's really important.
So left-hander here, so the field, you've got a fine leg, a deep square. Third man, and then your deep cover as well. Here comes McLaughlin. Very full. Don't mind that first up, really just making the batsman have to batter play a shot. So 6 for 73 after 10 overs. Another full ball there, just played straight back to mid-off. Going at 7 and over, you'd be okay with that, right? It's just the wickets that have probably made it a little bit harder for Newtown.
Yeah, I think potentially reassessing, and I'm sure they're having those conversations of what they think is a good score, especially with their bowling attack that they've got Newtown.
Yep. Just worked into the leg side there, just wide of mid-wicket as it goes out the square for a single. Coughlin's coming in here. Full outside the off stump.
Don't see leave-offs in T20 cricket.
No. Obviously didn't like it.
All fair when you're 6 down.
Exactly. So what can you tell us about the Tigers game yesterday, Maze?
Unfortunately
went down to the breakers.
Yeah, obviously not ideal. We lost the toss and were sent in on a little bit of a green wicket. And with their pace bowling attack and the experience with the likes of Hannah Darlington, Sammy Jo Johnson, Maitland Brown, just got the ball to probably do a little bit more than, I guess, what we see on a normal generic Blunston Ninja wicket.
Yep. Oh, there we go. Just be careful what you can say. I've got one of the groundies over there who looks after the pitches, Maze. He might be listening in.
I'll let him know my thoughts. No, but just unfortunately, maybe 20 or 30 runs short with the bat. Dragged it out to the 47th over, but just lost the game. So never ideal, but we go again tomorrow.
Yep. Comes Leary here. Just wide down the leg side. The spinner. Have you faced Leary much?
Not at all, actually. But I don't mind the spin option taking the pace off, especially when the girls are probably going to start to look
It's a better start there.
to go at the ball. I think that's what's been most effective. We see even at the Big Bash.
Yep.
Pace off.
Yeah,
So the girls have to generate it all.
Sam Bates especially, she would have played against her yesterday. But
Yeah, she got me
was,
out.
Yeah, very effective in the Big Bash. Just played down to mid-off there.
An old North Hobart player,
Yes.
Sam Bates.
We'll claim all the North Hobart girls, Maisie. Bit of a difficult length there. She's able to work it through to the leg side for a single, but not getting too much turn, but it's that tough line just outside the off stump. So what was, I suppose, the change for Sam Bates? She's been there or thereabouts in previous years during the WBBL, but what did she do differently this season that really, I suppose, got her more wickets, or is that just cricket?
I think a part of it's just cricket. I think she's bowled very well, essentially for the whole 10 seasons that she's been a part of the Big Bash. But I think...
Oh, no. She's just been hitting the head here. Hope she's all right. Just sort of turned her head and it's hit her in the helmet. I think they're going to have to come out and check this one. Probably slipped out of the hand slightly from the bowler.
Which happens.
Dobson very quick to get down there for the free hit. Where do you reckon she's going to look to try and hit the ball here for this free hit? She's probably been bowling a little bit outside off stump, so maybe step inside of it and look to go down the leg side.
Yeah, I reckon so, but just because the batters have swapped over means they can have a change in the field. So it means they can drop that extra person out, which they have mid on to long on.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Help down the leg side there. Probably one bounce to deep square. Not looking to come back to two. I think you take a single off a free hit, don't you?
As a bowler, yes.
Yeah. Disappointing, because I feel like that shot was probably there for Dobson. She just didn't quite get it. But he was looking to work it down the leg side again. Seems to be doing that quite a bit, where she's sort of stepping inside and looking to use that short fine.
Which I think if you can keep hitting the stumps, that probably brings the LB into play. Even though it seems to be her strength, doesn't mean it can't be her weakness as well.
Yeah. Just past the bowler there, comes through to mid-off. Ooh, well fielded by Scully there. I think that's a well-taken single there as he comes to the end of the over. pretty good first over from Leary there.
I wonder when Newtown will think about taking their surge.
Definitely adds another element to the game, doesn't it? Like, I know with club cricket, it can usually be more of a hindrance than a help. Sometimes when you don't have the batters that can hit the ball over the top, it can maybe stem the runs a little bit. How did you find it during the Big Bash this year? Did you guys try and use it early on, or would you save it for the late batters? I know the Hurricanes tried to use it pretty well straight away as they got to their 10th over if they had some set batters in.
Yeah, I think most clubs were the same in that sense. I think if they had the batters in where it was their strength.
As McLaughlin comes in, let's work through point there for a single.
They left it up to the in-batters to make that decision, and there was a couple of times that me batting at 10 was a part of a surge in our batting innings. So I think, it always feels, as a tail ender, going out to bat when everyone's in the circle, just a little bit more daunting, but it kind of nearly gives you the licence when you're in that position at 10 to just try and clear the infield.
Yeah, as McLaughlin comes in. It's well bowled. Chance, just short of mid-off as they come through for a single. Ooh, good fielding there too. And from a bowling perspective, did you bowl much during the surge?
No, thank goodness.
Yeah.
I've not had to be a surgeon yet at all in my T20 career.
Yeah. You had some good bowlers at the Stars, though, who were probably employed for that exact reason, right?
Well, yes.
Well bowled there by McLaughlin.
There was talk of it in the Spring Challenge, but that didn't come into fruition. But I think potentially something to work on, I guess. So when and if I am called upon, potentially even in club cricket, I've got some plans to that.
Yeah.
So having chats with people like Molly Strano in our Tigers setup about kind of how someone who's probably not a big turner of the ball, as well like me,
Well bowled there, just outside of stump, nearly.
kind of what her plans would be.
Yeah. And do you find that the pace-off during that surge can obviously work quite well? In the first 4 overs, you see spinners bowling a little bit where you can't use that pace versus some of the pace bowlers where you only need to get a little bit and it'll go to the boundary. McLaughlin comes in. Just in the gap there by Dobson. They might look to come back for a second here as Kavanagh chases. Could throw in an easy 2 there.
Yeah, I think you're seeing the Big Bash how probably a lot of teams will have 1 or 2 overs of spin. I think also when the batters aren't in and probably making as clear decisions as what they would ideally like, you can kind of either sneak a few wickets or sneak through a couple of overs that go for minimal damage. It's like you said, if you've got like a Marizan cap running in at you, you just have to get an edge on it and it can be 4.
That's a good line and length there. Maybe a little full, but Dobson works it's a mid-off for a dot ball. It's been a good over for McLaughlin here as she finishes up. Just at the end of the 13th here. Newtown 85. What do you think is a good score considering they're 6 down? I think anything above 120 is probably a good result.
Yeah, definitely, especially if you're sending the opposition team in, having to go at 6 and over from the get-go. As we've seen, they probably heavily rely on their top order, like most club cricket teams do. So a couple of key wickets there in the likes of Ava Curtis for the Raiders will be really important.
Just work through a point there for a pretty easy single. Play cricket has Imogen Hill run out, but she is in fact batting out there still. Lawler was run out a little earlier. I'm sure that'll be fixed up later, but she seems to be batting quite well.
Just picking off the singles, finding the gaps and getting up and down the wicket.
It's probably a wide there, just outside of the blue lines. Here he comes in. Just a little wide again. Good watching there from Dobson. It can take every ounce of you to not try and go after those ones too, right?
I don't mind the plan bowling some nice floated balls outside the off stump, floating with that wide line.
It's better, straighter. Well played by Dobson there. She sort of sweeps that down to square leg off the back foot. It's almost a bit of a hockey shot, that one, right?
I think she's a tennis player in a previous life or potentially still playing.
Yeah.
So has a very good pull shot and cut shot.
Yeah. There he comes in. Oh, really taking those stumps. As Hill, as she has been for the last few overs, is really stepping inside, but that one really brought LBW into play, didn't it?
Yeah, there's been a bit of inconsistent bounce from this end more so than the other end.
Yeah.
Something for the Raiders to look out for when they start their batting innings.
Oh, there it is, just outside off stump, but that's a good ball there by Leary. You can just see out at deep cover, Jules Kavanagh's probably 20 in off the boundary.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the big pockets. I think we don't see the big pockets as much in the female game when there's normally a shorter side.
Down the leg side, she works it pretty fine. That one's going to race away, I think. It's going, just the two. Didn't quite get all of it. Seems to be a pretty common theme by the Bucks at the moment to sort of step inside and work it down there.
I think the Raiders taking note of the big pockets and how well Newtown have run their twos.
Yeah.
Could be more twos wins the game.
Yep. It's full, just down the leg side. Very watchful from Dobson there. She comes. Just wide. Oh, nearly an edge. That's the over. Into the 14th. So you've still got one from Kavanagh to come. That'll probably be either the surge or the last over, I'd say. And then Curtis has still got a couple as well. Do you think we'll see Monique Booth potentially come back on at some point?
I think part of me is like, why not give her a crack? With the 4 out, potentially.
A bit more protection.
7 and 8 are in.
Yeah.
But I think you just have to go with your bowlers who you know are going to hit the stumps 9 times out of 10 or 5 out of 6 balls.
Yeah. And spin has been working quite well so far too. And McLaughlin obviously would pace off, still pace, but not rapid.
Yeah. And I think that's the hard thing in T20 cricket. Sometimes you get one over to make your mark, and if that doesn't come off, then that's you for the day.
Yeah.
But still, everyone contributing in the field.
Yeah. Here comes McLaughlin. Oh, taking the stumps. Oh, rush through for a single here. Very tight. I suppose if they come through for one, there's one there. I did feel like it was maybe a little tight though, but to the left hand of the fielder there at mid-wicket.
I think that's where you see the difference in terms of whether or not people in Frog Box can see it. No, they can't. But Ava is in just a touch tighter than what?
I think it's Montana Bradley there at the cover mid-wicket. Zach goes for 4. Lovely shot by Dobson there. Fine leg was pretty square. It's just sort of worked off her pads nicely.
So if Alice McLaughlin's trying to hit the stumps, then you can have your short cover and short mid-wicket in a touch straighter, so they, 1, have to play squarer, which brings in their LB, but 2, as we've seen these 2 hit the drives and run, tries to just put doubt in their mind and potentially a mix-up.
Yep. Comes McLaughlin. Oh, very close to an edge there. Sort of a bit wider that one. She'd been bowling pretty full and straight up until that point, but that sort of nagging length that she's tried to work down to third man. Comes. Oh, just down to mid-off there for no run. So what are you expecting out of the Breakers tomorrow? Are we hoping, obviously, another Tigers win? Oh, sorry, a Tigers win. Comes McLaughlin. Oh, she works across just down to fine leg for a single. Slight misfield there. Comes back in.
Yeah, I think obviously the wicket will probably play a little bit different, assuming we're on the same wicket as we were yesterday. I think what was really exciting for us yesterday is our bowling performance. So I think if we can repeat that and tidy up a few things with the bat, find a few more extra runs here and there, I think that'll hold us in good stead. I think we were on the wicket that we played on yesterday, maybe 20 to 30 runs short. So if we can probably tidy that up and put on the same bowling performance as we did yesterday, I think we can definitely get the win. But yeah, I think New South Wales will probably try and keep things as consistent as possible, as they've won the last couple of WNCL games, so they've found some form.
Yeah.
So probably don't want to change too much if they've found that winning formula.
Scollier comes in here. Do you find coming back from Big Bash into WNCL that the scores aren't quite as big because you're playing a different kind of cricket and people are getting out maybe a little bit more cheaply because they're used to that shorter format as they come through a single here with a mistake from a wide?
For me personally, my role, 1 with the bat and 2 with the ball, doesn't necessarily change a whole heap. I'm pretty simple, just try and hit the stumps as many times as possible to keep all modes of dismissal in place.
Yep.
But it kind of has been a conversation around our group and just feeling like we've got a lot more time than what we do, which I think even when you're playing in T20 cricket, you also have more time than what you think as well.
Yeah.
It's just extended by more than twice the amount of balls.
Newtown come through for a quick single there to point. Scollier seems to be bowling quite well.
A nice start, hitting the stumps.
Bit full up. Oh, just in the gap there. That's a good shot in the end. So come back for a second. Oh, and it's gone for 4. Slight misfield there by Monique Booth. She just misjudged it slightly. Didn't seem like that one was go to 4, but it really just got past the inner circle and kept going down the hill there.
Yeah, it's pierced the gap there between mid-on and mid-wicket.
Yeah. Scollier comes in. It's wide. It's just gone down the offside there. That'll be 5 wides. It's unfortunate. The keeper was probably out of reach for that one. It just sort of kept tailing away towards that offside. So you're captain here for this game, Maisie. Your bowler's just been hit for a boundary and there's been a couple wides. What's the conversation you're having with her here?
I think it's like, what are our plans if it's to hit the stumps and you're getting hit through mid-wicket and mid-on?
He comes in. Just work down for a single there to a half fine leg, half deep square there.
I think that's they've beaten you there, but I think the wides is something you can control to an extent. So it's kind of like if she's getting a bit of shape away, can we bowl cross seam to try and negate that, and just working out where do you want to get hit, and if you bowl a bad ball and it's hit where your fielders aren't, then you're going to have to sit and cop that on the chin.
It's just come out. I think that one's a dead ball. Slipped out of her hand slightly there. But nothing on the extras, no harm, no foul. Don't think that one was a no ball.
No, it's just slipped out.
Yeah. Comes Scollier. Work straight to cover there. Oh, Dobson backed up a long way there. It's cover fielder there has a ping at the stumps. It's a nice shot there. Couple bounces out to deep cover. Only the single. Couple of balls left here for Scollier. Just hoping they can restrict to a couple of singles.
I think the left-hand, right-hand combination here for the Raiders has been the hardest thing to adjust for them.
She's worked that fine, and there's not really someone down there as that's gone for 4. Once again, it's that sort of getting inside it and working it pretty fine down the leg side. It was a good shot by Dobson. So after that one now, Newtown are 6 for 113. From where they were, they've done really well to get the target up to this.
Yeah, they've been flying essentially without actually taking any high risk options, I guess.
Yeah, so 4 overs to go. Sitting at 113, you'd be hoping for around probably 140 from here, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. I thought for a second there we were going to see Julia Kavanagh come back on, which would have been a big win for Newtown, getting her last over out of the way.
Yeah.
But they've held her back, and Alice McLaughlin will bowl again.
And then you've still got the 2 overs of the surge to come too, which is probably looking like it'll be the last 2 overs.
Which
Haven't
I
taken
think
it
is
yet.
criminal
Yeah.
as a bowler.
Yeah. You're putting yourself under more pressure, right, by doing that.
Yeah, so I'm kind of like, I think it really can take the momentum, say if you've bowled well off the bowling team. So I'm against it as a bowler, but that's just me.
McLaughlin comes in for a 4th over. And Hill hits it to mid-on just for a single there. I think it wouldn't have been a bad call to maybe do it now too, just to sort of change things up a little bit.
Well, it's nearly like if they did take the surge, that would probably mean Julia Kavanagh would come on for her last over, meaning, as we've seen, Ava has probably struggled a little bit today to try and hit those stumps there.
Yeah.
So potentially bringing on
Might be 4. It's well fielded.
well fielded with the foot.
Yeah. Got the foot wedge out.
Chloe Abel here is just warming up for the bowling innings and has nearly taken herself out with pulling the band off the side screen. It's nearly cleaned her up in the back of the head.
Same thing happened to me, Maisie, a couple of weeks ago at our staff function at the Amazing Race. I had a strap hit me in the place where you don't necessarily want to get hit. They're fickle things.
Unbelievable.
Greater than Northern just trying to get something back here. Just flicked over the top. In between mid-off and cover, and that one's gone to 4. Lovely shot by Dobson here. Come in at a pretty tough time, 6 down. Just showed a lot of composure.
And still played to her strengths, as we've seen her step across and utilise that pull shot and just helping the balls that are kind of heading down leg along the way.
Looks like a slight field change here, so third man's coming up and long off's going back. I hope she's bowling full here. It's good cricket, that. Just a single down the field. Couple still to come in the McLaughlin over. Field is third man. Deep point. Deep square. Only the 3 out. Full on attacks the stumps. Just mid on there. Dot ball. Pretty good over so far outside of that boundary from McLaughlin here. She comes. Straight heels, tried to work that one to the leg side. Just a dot ball. Good finish to the over here. Okay. Chloe Abel's running out here. And just bringing a drink out. Just checking to see he was okay. Ava Curtis warming up to come bowl. Feels like they might have taken the surge here potentially. No, it doesn't look like it. Six for 126, 23 extras with the 20 wides in there hurts.
That is a killer.
But
That's nearly a whole extra.
yeah.
1 extra batter and 2. What have they done with those extra balls that they've had to bowl?
Dobson's done especially well. 31 off 27. Really hasn't played any expansive shots that have put her under any pressure. It's just been good, smart batting.
It's been a very good innings.
Yeah, which is sort of what she's done all year, right? She's just knows her game and how to use her strengths. She works it down to fine leg for a single there. The skipper deciding to bring herself on to try and stem inside a little bit. Like it could be a total of 150 potentially at the moment with the 3 overs to go.
Should be a very big score.
Yeah, it would. A great effort from where they started. Some long on goes back. We've got a deep square, cow corner, long on, and a deep point. Curtis comes in. Just another wide as it goes down. The keeper misses it. And come back for 2. Just the extras here. Might be hurting Greater Northern. So you'll be leaving us at the innings break, Maisie?
Yes, I've got some prior commitments.
Yes, and Claire Scott will be joining us. What should we be expecting from Scotty on the mic?
I can imagine her special comments would be well worth the while of the listeners.
Yep. Good dot ball from Curtis there, just outside off stump. She works it back. That's a lovely shot by Hill. Out to Julia Kavanagh there. Only the single. Usually a pretty good fielder, isn't she, Jules?
Yeah, she's a cool, calm person, as per, so not a lot on the surface will rattle her. I'm sure the emotions inside that she's regulating through, but someone that you could probably rely on most of the time to execute.
So Curtis now coming around the wicket and they've brought deep point up. She's probably going to look to really attack the stumps here. Oh, maybe a bit of a double buff there, bringing point up and then still bowling outside off stump.
It seems to be just that 4th stump that Dobson has struggled to score off with those balls in that area. So whether or not she's just trying to bowl that channel and rather than looking for a wicket, just restrict as much as possible.
Yeah. It's right in the Dobson's wheelhouse there. So they go for a single out to Cow there. Brings Hill back on strike. So following your Instagram search, what did you find about Imogen Hill, Maisie?
Well, I also could be completely wrong. I am pretty sure she's an English overseas
Yep. As Curtis comes in. Oh, it's a great ball.
from Essex,
Yep.
an all-rounder.
Okay.
Now, none of this could be right.
Sounds
could've-
right to me.
Well, and bowls seam,
Okay.
which I can imagine with her height would be probably very skiddy.
Yeah. Could be pretty effective today, right?
Yes, especially just hitting the stumps.
Sort of saw what McLaughlin was doing earlier where... Oh, it's just down the leg side, another wide. Curtis just missing a line there. It's good pace.
It's well bowled.
Yeah. Top ball's a good ball. Alright, so 2 overs to go. Newtown sitting on 6 for 132. One from Julia Kavanagh and the power surge. So they could maybe put the brakes on, or it could end up being somewhat expensive. What's your experience with the surge in women's first grade?
I think it's been a bit of both. I think it's sometimes favoured the bowling team. I think if Jules can come on now and maybe take a wicket, I think that will probably put them in good stead to probably restrict them to as much as possible. But I think with these two in-batters, I think it's got the potential to go the other way and in favour of the batters. Yeah. So I think a wicket here is crucial for the Raiders to try and restrict them again under that 150 that we were talking about.
Yeah. A great first spell from Kavanagh too. 3 overs for 16 runs with the 2 wickets, and they were important wickets too in Glasgow. And Chloe Abel. Kavanagh comes in. Good pace. Just beats her outside the off stump there. She doesn't seem to like that line. Very nice, Dobson.
It's probably also a line and length that there's also not much to do with it either, so it's probably hard to score. We've still seen when they hit the stumps and bowl good balls, it's still hard to score off. I think the Raiders potentially have just bowled two sides of the wicket.
Only the one out too. Interesting call from the Raiders here. Race it out to the one fielder out there. Well fielder, just a single. What would Great Northern be thinking here with only the one out during the search? As they now put out a deep square and deep point comes up. Same field, only the one out still.
Potentially for the first few balls, it's to try and take a wicket, and then they might drop to 2 out at the back end just to hopefully shut it down.
Comes Kavanagh. Shot there by Hill just to cover for a single. Backing up there by the Greater Northern Raiders.
The other thing, if they are behind time, you do have to bring a fielder up. I'm unsure of the actual timings here.
Yeah, so the game would have started at 1 and we're just after 2:20 now, so there's every chance that they're only allowed to have the one out. That's a very good point. It's a great shot. Great shot from Dobson there. She works it down to fine leg for 4. Kavanagh just missing the line there and played right into Dobson's hands as she guided it down to fine leg for 4. And do you think Newtown may have been aware of that they might have been down, so that's why they pushed the surge back, so it would only be the one out instead of the 2?
Yeah, potentially. I think then you've also just got to back yourself to clear the field then.
Yeah.
Some batters find it easier with 4 out, some find it easier with 2 to score freely.
Why not? Well done by the keeper there. She's probably stopped 4. So Newtown come back for the second. Hill's pushing hard for a third. Not there. Just leaking a few runs here, the Raiders. But Newtown have done a terrific job to put the pressure back on them considering where they were at. Oh, it's another boundary here for Dobson. In that spot again where she's just sort of worked it off her body down to the boundary for 4. It's been a terrific partnership for Newtown. So the partnerships reached 70.
It's a killer.
Kavanagh will be looking to sort of slow him down here, trying to find that line and length. Sit to cover. Oh, Hill backing up a long way there. That's the over. I think the Raiders would have been hoping that might have gone a little differently.
Definitely. As we've seen, it's quite hard to defend with 1 out, so whether or not that was a choice, I can't imagine it would have been with the head on Julia Kavanagh and also her experience and her bowling that over. So it must be a time infringement.
We do have the match officials manager next to us. I wonder if he could
I could be completely lying. I got a very serious yes, they're behind time.
So So we can now say that Maisie Gibson was right, which I'm sure will be
100.
great news. As Curtis comes in here. Still on one out at deep square. Oh, good fielding. Kavanagh just dropped that one.
Out. Just kidding.
Just short. Tough catch for Kavanagh. I'm sure she would have liked to have held it. As he'll hit it straight to cover.
Still only the single, though.
Yeah, you'll take that. So they're still rolling with the one out on the leg side, so the deep square as point comes up. Curtis coming around the wicket. As we said before, only the one out. And
Drop catch again.
another drop catch at short, fine leg there.
Again, still only the single, so I think, although it would be a dot, you'll take the one.
Newtown now 6 for 148. It's proven to be a great target. That one was a little bit easier than Jules's one, but as you said, +4 or +3 for not going to the boundary. Hill looks to hit over the leg side there. Just a leg by as it goes to short third man. So 3 off the first 3 balls. I think you're pretty happy if you're the Raiders so far, but the drop catches might hurt a little bit. Depends what happens in these last few balls. Curtis comes in. It's wide down the offside. Goes for 5 wides. Bit of a coach killer, that one, isn't it, Mace?
I understand the thinking, as in there was a slight shuffle, but probably just a bit too wide.
That now puts the extras up to above 35.
I'd like to know what the average extras are in the Tasmanian female club cricket land.
Yep.
It's a shot.
Great shot by Dobson there. She works it over the leg side there. Just over square leg for a boundary. I reckon her wagon wheel, you'd see a lot of her runs going in that zone, don't you?
I think upon reflection in the bowling innings from the Raiders would be they ideally want Dobson to play off the front foot with a straight bat and get her hitting down the ground.
Curtis comes in here. There we go. So they come through it. Pings at the stumps. Or might have been out. Leg by there. Maybe the last ball coming up here. 6 for 158. There's one to come. Nearly 100-run partnership here by Dobson and Hill. Great work. Comes Curtis. Hill hits the cover. Kavanagh chooses to not throw. Comes to an inning. And then 6 for 160 from Newtown. It's going to be a pretty tough target to chase down. What do you think, Maisie?
Yeah, they've probably not put themselves in a position that they thought they would have been at the start of the innings, taking those 6 wickets quite early. But I think with the batting power of the people like Ava Curtis, you've got Julia Kavanagh as well, and the likes of Montana Radley, who can all hold their own. And then especially with Ava and Julia being able to play freely and hitting the ball hard.
Yeah. Out of the Greater Northern bowlers, who really impressed you? I thought Chloe Casey bowled quite well.
She was unbelievable. Took some big scalps as well.
And then Julia Kavanagh with 2 for 29 too. She bowled that first 3 overs especially were pretty crucial.
Yeah, and then having to come back on and bowl with only one person out, that makes it tough. But maybe something for Newtown to think about when they're in the fielding innings, if it's going to go to the full 20 overs, making sure that they're getting through their overs as quick as possible.
But yeah, Vanessa Dobson, 47 not out off 38 balls. great innings.
Unbelievable. Really steadied the ship. And as we saw, she didn't play any high-risk cricket. Just played to her strengths and found the boundary quite easily.
Yeah. Well, Maisie Gibson, thank you for coming along for this first innings. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
All the best for your prior commitments this afternoon. And I hope you'll be listening when we're talking to Scotty.
Unfortunately, I won't be. The two Roos have a game.
Yeah. All right. Good on you, mates. Thank you.
When that
Is that what it is?
yes.
All right, welcome back. We're just moments away from the second innings here, and I've got an upgrade in the seat next to me with Claire Scott coming to join me. Welcome, Scotty.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So this is your first time doing some commentary, whilst Maisie's obviously a veteran who's been around for a while. How are you feeling?
Oh, a little bit nervous, but I think we'll be okay.
No,
I know
you'll
these
be
girls pretty well, so.
You'll be great. I'm looking forward to it. So 161 to chase down. What do you think has to go right for the Raiders to be able to chase this one?
I reckon they're probably the top three. Have got to score some big runs here.
Yep.
Probably a lot of pressure here on Ava Curtis. So be hoping that some of Newtown's bowlers have an off day, I'd say.
Yep. So it looks like Jules Kavanagh's opening the batting. She doesn't usually open the batting for the Raiders, does she?
No, I reckon this might be her first time opening this year.
Yep. Probably looking to go pretty hard from the start, I would have thought.
Yeah, I reckon they'll be looking, especially in the power play, score some big runs.
Yeah. So Chloe Abel opening the bowling for Newtown. Comes in, wide, straight to cover. Good start there by Chloe. So the field, they've got sort of a squarish fine leg and a third man with the one slip in. As a bowler, Scotty, what are you trying to do when you've got a field like this?
Normally I'd be trying to attack off stump, a little bit of swing out, hoping for the edge. Try not to get too wide like Chloe did just there with the big gap on the offside.
Yeah, they've come through for a pretty easy two there as it's gone between sort of a point and a wideish cover. That one will feel good for Jules to get off the mark there.
Yeah, I think runs early is going to help them. So
Yeah, it's hard when you know you've got to be going at, 8 and over. Really important that they get off to a good start here.
yeah.
Comes Abel. Bit straight up. Come through for a single. Oh, tight one there. Is there a little bit of off the pad there? Just missed. So, might as well talk about North Hobart while we've got you here, Scotty. Full disclosure, I am a North Hobart cricketer as well, so I have been following Scotty's exploits a little bit. How's the year gone for you so far? I saw you've been batting quite well.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a weird year this year, scoring runs instead of probably the wickets I'm used to.
Yep.
But I love playing at the D's, my favourite place.
That's good. So what went wrong for you guys this year, considering you guys have played in the finals pretty heavily over the last little bit?
I think we had a good start to the season. We were sitting pretty well, and then towards the end of the season we had close games. We just couldn't get them over the line, and that put pressure on us to the last two games, which we just probably didn't have the team we needed to win those games.
Yeah, as there's a dot ball there, as Great Northern just hit one to cover. Little bit of change in your team with a few of the younger girls now getting some opportunity at North Hobart. We were talking before about young Maggie Rogers. She had a good 19s carnival. She's been bowling quite well.
Yeah, she's been bowling well for us. It's been good to see kind of like the next group come through and start to put some performances in first grade rather than just sort of being there, I guess.
Very well bowled there by Chloe just outside off stump as it goes through. Steph Tafar in her second year of coaching too. Has it been good working with her?
Yeah, it's been good having Steph. She kind of came in halfway through last season, so it's been good to have like a full-time coach again from this year to really guide us through.
That's good. Chloe Abel comes in. So they've taken the slip out now and put in a short cover, and that's a dot ball. A pretty good first over for Newtown there. Greater Northern being pretty watchful with the bat, but they didn't really give much width or length to be able to get away with it.
No, the only ball that there was that width on offer got put away by Jules, but other than that, nice tight over from Chloe.
Yeah. So you've obviously bowled a little bit to Montana Bradley over the last little bit. What can we be expecting from her opening the batting?
Montana, I reckon, normally takes a couple of balls to get in, but then she's going to look to hit nice and straight, and she normally runs pretty hard between the wickets.
Yep. Obviously with Cav in there as well, she'll run pretty well between the wickets too.
Yeah, Jules will be looking to run hard, hit the boundaries. Likes to play straight shots here, Jules.
Yep. Naren Lola coming into ball here for Newtown. Maisie was saying she bowls pretty quick.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it with the run-up, but
short
the girl bowls some heat.
Yep. So they've got a fine leg in and a third man, a bit of a gap between mid-wicket and square. Sort of a ring offside field with a short cover. Full outside off stump there, dot ball. Well played by Kavanagh. A little bit of shape away. Yeah, that run up is quite short. How many steps do you reckon? Is that maybe 10?
Yeah, maybe 7 or 8 once she starts to get going.
Just trying to see where my mark's there from yesterday. Wide outside the off stump, just inside the blue lines there. Very close to a wide. She's got quite a whippy action, right? A little bit of sidearm.
Yeah, a lot through the shoulders here from Lawler. That's where she gets her pace.
Yeah. Kavanagh hits the mid-wicket. Oh, just a drop catch there. Not an easy chance, but maybe one that should have been taken by Glasgow, but a good effort nonetheless. Seems to have hurt herself a little bit. Just calling on the coach to come have a look at her here. She might have just hurt herself slightly. Tough chance?
Yeah, tough chance. Probably one you'd want to take early in the game, but tough chance nonetheless.
Yeah.
Looks like it might have hit her in the face maybe by the way she's acting.
Yeah. Yeah, Kavanagh just sort of looking to hit through the leg side. Just didn't quite get it. Maybe a little bit high on the bat, and it's just gone straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I reckon she was probably looking to hit that big gap out there on the leg side.
Yeah. As we spoke about with Maisie, there's lots of pockets here where you can turn those ones into twos. So I think that Greater Northern will be looking to do that today.
Yeah, they will be.
Baller comes in here. Wide down the leg side. It's one thing Newtown will be looking to do a little bit better than Greater Northern is probably not quite as many extras. It's always tough in T20 games.
Yeah, not as many extras, and I think they'll also be hoping that when they do bowl extras that they're not going for multiples.
Yeah. It's just inside the line there. I thought that might have been a little wide, but she sort of stepped up across her stumps there. So have you played against Lawler much?
I used to play against her ages ago.
Yeah.
She used to have a contract, a Tassie contract back in the day. And I've done some academy stuff. But she's come back to Premier Cricket this year, so I've faced her a few times. Yeah,
always good to see players coming back and playing cricket again, right?
Yeah, keeping people in the sport's always nice.
This is a single out of Newtown, straight to point. Ball comes in. Little straighter hits the pad as they run through for a single. Pretty easy one there. Still haven't quite been able to get that boundary away yet, have they?
No, and I think they'll probably be thinking about that and looking to do that in the next couple of overs. 2 more overs left in the power play.
Yeah. Do you see Chloe bowling another one here? And she gives her hat to the umpire, so that's a yes?
Yeah, I reckon Chloe will probably bowl another one. Should be hoping for a similar outcome from last over.
Yeah. What did you think of Greater Northern bowling Kavanagh for 3 straight off the start? Do you prefer as a pace bowler to sort of when you're in your rhythm keep bowling, or are you happy to sort of have a bit of a rest?
I think in a T20 game, when you're going, sometimes it's good to stay going. So the 3 overs up front from Cav to see if she can really get deep into their tail, I like that call.
And 2 wickets as well, it's a great output. In comes Abel, behind to Kavanagh. Good shot there by Cav. They're going to probably look to turn this into a 2. Good running there. Just flicked it off her pads through the mid-wicket area.
Yeah, she likes that shot, Jules. I think she'll be, anything on the pads, she's going to try and work around to that mid-wicket area. Yeah.
She a good worker of the ball, or is she usually pretty straight?
She's normally pretty straight, but she does just like to, get it work it into the mid-wicket gap.
That's good. In comes Abel here. Wanted to get Kavanagh out. Bit of width. Just through to that. Probably extra cover. And there's a overthrow there. Come through for a single and frustrate Chloe a little bit there. So your teammate and captain Ella Marsh having another good year with the ball. I think it was 16 wickets.
Yeah, she takes them and I don't even realise sometimes. I was having a look at the stats the other day and I couldn't believe she'd managed to take that many wickets already in the season.
Yep.
But it's so good to have her on our team.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously a great bat as well, but seems like her bowling's come a long way as Abel comes in. Bowls pretty straight. And then as a skipper, do you enjoy playing with Ella? Obviously, she's a good mate as well.
She's a good mate of mine, so it's nice being out there. And yeah, she's captained us for the last couple of years and it's really enjoyable.
Yeah. And obviously, Chloe, part of the fast bowlers quartet that you were a part of at the Tigers. How have you seen her bowling sort of change as they flick one down to fine leg over the last couple of years?
She's probably become a bit more consistent, I'd say, in the last maybe 18 months.
Yep.
Probably used to be one that was known for bowling those extras every over, but she seems to have really brought that down lately, which has been good to see.
And as a bowler, what are you trying to do to try and reduce those extras? Are you just slowing down? Are you just trying to find your rhythm?
I think it's like trying to get a really consistent action, which I think Chloe's action's starting to look a bit smoother now.
It's well bowled there by Abel. Right on cue, that looked pretty smooth there, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. Great commentary from you there, Scotty. So the Raiders haven't quite been able to get away. But as the field maybe spreads, it might become a little bit easier to score. And I feel like Kavanagh's going to try and get after one here.
Yeah, and we did see that the Newtown girls did take a while to get going, so that might be also in the back of the Raiders' minds here.
As Kavanagh plays it back to Abel. It's a great over there by Abel. Only one or two off. So after 3 overs, they're sitting none for 11. It's a terrific start by the Bucks.
Yeah, they would be very happy here.
Lawler to continue here. Coming in for a second. Couple wides in the first one, but for the most part, pretty good.
Yeah, I think she's probably a bowler that you know is going to give you those extras, but she's also going to bowl that really good ball.
Yeah, that one there was really nice. A little bit of shape away, sort of straightened a little. Really asking a lot of the batter at the stumps. Comes into bowl, just outside off stump. They've ringed up this field quite nicely. There's really no ones on that offside, which I feel like Greater Northern sort of gave away a few of those singles on the offside there.
Yeah, they've got that extra fielder in there, so the 3 on the ring and the short cover, so quite hard to find a gap there.
It's unlucky for Montana Bradley there. She got hold of it, but just straight to point. And you saw with Greater Northern, they had the short fine leg in, and they've brought one of their fielders across to the offside, which has just made it that little bit harder. And obviously putting a lot of trust in the bowlers as well that they're going to be able to bowl to that line. Shorter one. And it's a catch. Straight to point. Just the pressure sort of built on her there and probably felt like she needed to find the boundary.
Yeah, find a boundary or get a strike has probably gotten to her. The Newtown girls are up and about now with their first wicket.
Yeah, good celebrations out there. So the Raiders now 1 for 11 off 3.5. So just need to try and look for the singles here. Not quite as many dot balls as the skipper Ava Curtis comes out. You played a little bit with Ava at Nationals?
Actually, I'm a bit too old. I've never played Nationals with Ava.
Sorry, I'm not going to ask your age, Scotty, but...
Yeah, I'm a few years older, but I've watched her come through the ranks, which has been really good to see. A good young Tasmanian talent.
Yeah, absolutely. She did a pretty good job with the ball, maybe bowling a little bit short at times, but for someone of her talent to be a really good all-rounder, obviously is a great thing that she's Tasmanian as well and getting some good opportunities.
Yeah, it was probably a bit short, but she'll be hoping to score some runs here, which is what she's been doing for the Raiders all year.
Yeah. As I said earlier, she's sitting 3rd overall in the runs tally with an average of 79. Bit of red ink in there.
Yeah, she's gotten the Raiders over the line a few times, which will give her some confidence going into this game, I'd say.
Yeah. Obviously, one notable absentee today for the Raiders is Emma Mannix-Jeeves. I feel like every time EMG plays, she usually makes some runs for the Raiders.
Yeah, and I think it does. They do feel it when she's not around. But be a good chance for some of their other girls. Ooh.
So there's an edge. Keeper nearly gets her hand to it. Goes for 4. It's a little bit of shape away. It was a great ball there by Lawler first up for Curtis, but you'll take a boundary off your first ball no matter how you get them.
Yeah, it's one of the best shots in the book, edge to third. I would know myself.
Yep. See, the third man sort of straightened up a little bit now, although it would have been a good catch from the keeper for her to get that.
Yeah, it would have been a good catch. The third man can be a bit straighter here with Lawler with the extra pace.
A little wide one there. It's what we saw a little bit of during the Raiders innings. It's a little bit wayward, and that one's gone for 5 wides. As Chloe Abel comes over and has a chat, and I sort of spoke to Maisie about this too. Probably more from your perspective as a bowler. What's your skipper usually saying to you here?
I think my skipper normally gives me a bit of space, to be fair. But probably just like if she knows that Erin's got some cues that she likes, probably just reminding her of those before she comes in for her next bowl.
Well, it comes in. It's a good comeback. Unlucky to go for a wide there. Only just down the leg side. So you spoke of cues there. What are some of the cues that you've got that you would use if you're, say, bowling well versus not bowling well?
I think for me, front arm's really important.
Yep.
If my front arm's working, then that means that I'm getting through the crease really well, which keeps my action more consistent, which reduces my wides.
Unlucky for Laura there. She's just drifting a few down the leg side. The last couple haven't missed by too much, but they're just a little bit wide.
Yeah, they're just a little bit wide. And I think especially with the field she's got set, she should be looking to bowl more on the offside here. So just hoping to fix that up, I'd say, with this next bowl.
Just a field change here. They've pushed the deep square round to a little bit finer here. There's a big gap between mid-wicket and square. Well, just flicked it to the leg side there, straight to mid-wicket. No run. It's always good to get that one after having a couple of wides, right?
Yeah, it's always good. Good feeling to finish the over out.
So that'll be the end of Lawler. Do you think they go one more for Abel here, or are they going to try and save her for a bit later?
Looks like they're going to save her for a bit later with Glasgow coming on to bowl.
Yep. Have you faced much of Glasgow?
I faced her a bit. She's a feisty thing, I think.
Competitor?
Yeah, I reckon she's a real tough competitor.
So the field now, they've got a third man, a deep point, sort of deep cover, a squarish fine leg, and then a deep mid-wicket sort of cow corner. What does Glasgow bowl?
Well, normally she's been bowling pace, but it looks like she may be bowling some spin here.
Yeah, it looks like she's maybe going to bowl some offies.
The lid on here.
Yep. Keeper today's Ange Green for Newtown. It's not Lister. Did you ever play with Ange at North Hobart?
No, Ange had moved to Sandy Bay before I got to the Ds. But she's well known in the Premier League circles.
Yeah. It looks like it will be off spin. It's a wide first up. Kavanagh, I think she wanted a piece of that one.
Yeah, she does like the sweep, Jules. So anything down leg, she'll be looking to sweep down to that backward square area.
You would have played with Jules at the second 11 before Christmas. Oh, still before Christmas now, but about a month ago. How was that?
Yeah, it was good fun. It's really good getting back out in the Tassie colours. And Jules and I are good friends, so it's nice to go away with her again.
And they come back for a second here. Curtis has got to move. I think she's just in. It's hard to tell from here, but the umpire's having a long look at it. Just a little bit of indecision there on the second run there. Jules sort of took off and Curtis was a little bit behind, but still got there in the end, so I suppose there's two. Must admit the angles aren't very good on this one, so couldn't really tell you, Scotty.
Look, I think the Raiders will be happy that she's still out there.
Yeah, for sure. Straight. I reckon if there's another one there, if Kavanagh loves the sweep, I reckon she'll look to try and work that one over that way.
Yeah, she will, I reckon. I think she'll just want to get herself in a few more balls. She'll probably feel the pressure that she's got to be one of the ones to score the runs here today.
Comes in. Oh, just in the slot there. Looks like it's going in the gap. They could go for 2 if they want it. Only a single. Maisie and I weren't too familiar with Imogen Hill. Have you come up against her much?
Played against her a couple of times. I believe she's from England.
Yep.
Came down to play for Kingborough and has also just popped in and helped out the Newtown girls as well too.
That's good. North Hobart obviously have done that with Kingborough as well, with Josie and
Shelves.
And
Yeah,
Shelves,
we've got
yeah.
a couple of Kingborough recruits. They're good. They've been good additions to the Ds, those two.
Good straight bat there from Curtis. That was a nice straight ball there. Just getting back to the second 11, was it nice to sort of have those opportunities to play some more cricket outside of your regular first grade competition here?
Yeah, it is good. Playing like more competitive cricket is always good for everyone's development. So whether it's the girls, like your young girls like Josie Rose going for her first time at that next level, or some of us who have had like played for Tassie, and it's a good opportunity for us to hone our skills, I guess.
Yeah. As Curtis works it down for a single there. Was it good to play against the other states as well? There's obviously some talent in South Australia and Western Australia who haven't been able to get those opportunities in those teams that are pretty well set up.
Yeah, it is good. I guess girls that are capable of scoring big runs, to bowl against them is always nice. Challenges me as a bowler more. So, yeah, it was a good experience for us.
Good first over there by Glasgow, bowling the offies.
Looks like Ellie Matthews coming on to bowl here. Offies.
What can you tell us about Ellie?
Floats them up. She'll float them up offies. Yeah.
What do you think of the way that Chloe Casey bowled with her offies? She really not afraid to float them up?
Yeah, not afraid to float them up. She was looking really consistent. She's taken a fair few wickets this year, Chloe, in Premier League, so I think she'd have a lot of confidence from that.
Fresh off the 19s too, where she performed pretty well. Do you know if Ellie's part of the pathways, or how old is she?
Oh, believe Ellie's a couple of years older than me. I
Yep.
played some pathway stuff against her growing up.
Cool.
So, yeah.
She comes. Yeah, nicely floated up. Just missed the stumps there. Raiders maybe a little unlucky not to get a wide there, but maybe there might have been some pad as it went through. Floats it up. Yeah. Oh. Curtis is a little disappointed by that one. I felt like she maybe could have got a boundary from it.
Yeah, the Raiders will be really looking for a boundary here
Yeah.
to start to get their game going.
Is Curtis more of your boundary hitter, or you think they're going to be relying on Kavanagh to sort of find the rope?
Nah, I think they both like hitting boundaries. That'd probably be their preferred method.
Great shot off the back foot there by Cav. So single out to deep point. Just a little bit of width there, and she's able to sort of sit over the top of it and work it through. Where's Curtis going to look to score, you think?
I reckon Curtis might be looking down the ground here with Ellie on, floating him up.
Yeah. Another wide one. Just working into that deep cover area. Easy single. So Raiders sitting at 1 for 29 after 5.5. Run rate just below 6 when they needed to sort of start at 8s. Sort of showed in that first innings with Newtown, though. They didn't really do too much. They just sort of found the odd boundary when they needed to and turned those ones into 2s. Oh, Cav with the reverse sweep. What a beautiful shot that was.
Yeah, much need a boundary there for them.
Yeah. Do you know she had that in her locker?
Yeah, she's been working on it the past couple of seasons, so it's good to see her starting to play it out in the middle.
Yeah, and no one really behind square on the offside there, just sort of a squarish point. And she's just worked it down to where a third man would be. A great shot.
Yeah, really low-risk cricket shot there from Jules.
You can see now Newtown's brought in probably a short third just to sort of maybe stop her from playing that shot.
Yeah, now no mid-wicket, so she can really cash in on the leg side.
Yeah. Just push that one down the leg side. Cav again looking to use that sweep shot. She comes. Unlucky there. Might have been going down for a while, but I think you'd rather go for that one, don't you?
Yeah, you would rather go for it, try and get the 4 rather than the single there.
Yeah. Just started to lift the scoring rate a little bit here, Greater Northern.
I think the 4 fielders out has started to help them probably get the singles that they weren't getting early on.
Yeah.
So I'd be looking to build on that with a few more boundaries.
Yeah. So Glasgow coming back on to bowl another over of off spin. Still got mid off, mid on up, and then a cover mid wicket, short fine, and there's a bit of a gap behind square on the offside. It's well bowled. Full straight. A lot of respect there from Curtis on that one. Really flighted up. Curtis just misses out on that one. Sort of see her practicing there. She would have liked to maybe go in the area with that one.
Yeah, use her feet and go over the top, I reckon she'll be thinking next time.
Yeah. Well worked to the leg side there. It's a single out to deep mid wicket. Mitch Owens just walked past. How have you found the West Indians coming and playing in the CTPL this year?
Yeah, it's been good. It's probably added a bit more depth to our competition, which has been nice. Games have stayed more competitive, I'd say.
Yep. Cav full toss, just hits mid off. Unlucky. Did North Hobart have any playing for them?
No, we don't have any West Indians. We've just got Josephine Nkomo from Zimbabwe playing for us.
Yeah. It's obviously a star. Well played. It's good over here so far. Just worked around square there for a single. Well played by Kavanagh. It's the end of the over. So they've used the 4 bowlers so far, and Matthews, Glasgow, Lawler and Abel. Who else on the team sheet could you see maybe bowling a couple of overs?
Imogen Hill's bowled a few overs for them so far, and it might be good to see young Ashley Kennedy get a bowl here.
What does Kennedy bowl?
She bowls some medium paces, bit of outswing. She
Yep.
did open the bowling for them earlier on in the season. I think she did quite a good job.
Yep.
Just probably been pushed down the pecking order with the recruits of the West Indian girls.
Yeah. So both Kavanagh and Curtis now seeing 10 bowls each. I think they'll be looking to maybe start aggressing a little bit.
Yeah, they'll be looking to up the run rate here and start to build a really good partnership, I'd say.
Yeah. So deep square, deep mid wicket, and then a deep point, just a 3 out. It's nicely fired up as she's worked it there to mid wicket. Just a single there to Abel. Still no one behind on that offside there. If Kavanagh potentially wants to bring out that reverse again. Curtis on strike here. Pretty good over so far for Newtown. Only a couple singles off. In the bowl. And really flying it up, isn't she?
Yeah, and Curtis trying to use her feet there to hit it back down the ground, but hasn't come off yet for her.
Yeah, very well bowled. So, do you find when you're facing spin that you prefer it to be fired up and using your feet, or do you prefer to use your crease?
Oh, I love
batting?
it when they flight it up, use my feet and hit over the tops. My favourite shot at the moment.
Yep. She misses one outside off stump there. So they've now pushed long on back. Probably just as a bit of cover there for potentially Curtis to try and hit down there.
Yeah, I think they're just saying we're happy with the single.
Yeah. Another dot ball there. Good over here for Newtown. It's the short third man comes around.
Yeah, I think they're just closing out the over here with a nice defensive field.
Yeah, just working to the leg side there for a single. Just doing a good job of tightening the screws here, Newtown. So Greater Northern sitting at 1 for 40 after their 8 overs. Run rate at 5.3. It's also climbing up a little bit here. I think it'd be around the 10 mark now for Greater Northern. So you've got your 2 set batters here. Do you think one of them maybe says, I'm going to go here?
Yeah, I reckon Ava Curtis might probably try and take that role here.
Yeah.
Let Jules anchor the innings, and if the ball's there for her, trying to hit it.
Still bowling her off spin here. Comes in a bowl. Just a little bit down leg side. No run there. Seems like the pace off seems to be working quite well rather than your medium or even your faster bowlers, right?
Yeah, I guess pace off means batters have to generate their own power instead of using the bowlers to get the ball away. So, yeah, it's working well for Newtown here.
Yeah. Just straight again. Straight to mid-wicket. Well set field there. Curtis just looking to sort of work the ball through the leg side. Couple of dot balls here. I feel like there could be something a little bit expansive off this ball. Using the feet, hitting down the ground. It's a good shot there, just for a single. Getting Kavanagh on strike. Just out towards the leg side. Oh, it's a great catch there on the leg side at deep mid-wicket. Claire Scott, talk us through that one.
Yeah, I guess that was just pressure building there from the Newtown girls. Broad big shot from Jules. Good catch out there from Elsa off the boundary.
Yeah, diving forward. That's usually a tough one to take.
Yeah, that is a tough one. I think they'll be happy that it was her out there. Pretty safe hands.
She got hold of it quite nicely. Like probably a couple of metres either side. That's going for a boundary.
Yeah, she did. I think she'll be disappointed, Jules here.
So out comes Alice McLaughlin now. She's probably just going to look to rotate the strike a little bit and get Ava on strike.
Yeah, she'll be looking to hit the gaps, run hard, and yeah, hope that Ava has a big innings in her, I'd say.
Yeah. Maisie was saying that McLaughlin can sometimes bowl spin as well as her pace as well.
Yeah, Gussie's got a few options. I think she can bowl offies and leggies and pace as well too.
Yeah. All right, so Greater Northern now sitting at 2 for 42, chasing 160. It's a little bit of pressure on. They've got to try and get the scoring rate up a little bit here. Otherwise, this game could be slipping away for him. Glasgow comes in. Oh, it's well bowled. It's unlucky not to hit the stumps there, just outside off stump. Is there a little bit of turn there?
I reckon she just might be playing up for the camera.
Yeah. In she comes. Oh, straight. Looks very close, and he's given it. It's very well bowled there. Just sort of attacking that leg stump. It just shows that sort of stump-to-stump bowling and how good that's been so far.
Yeah, it has been good. They've seen a lot of balls hit to that mid-wicket fielder, and this one she played around her front pattern.
So it's 3 for 40 now. And who's coming out to bat now?
I think it might be Ella Scolia.
Scolia. Pretty decent bat.
I actually don't think we've gotten this deep into Raiders batting lineup yet when we've played them this year. So I think she'll be hoping for a big innings here.
Newtown showed a great job, though, with their batting lineup going quite deep, and you saw that...
Dobson scored a few.
Dobson.
Yeah, they batted really deep, and
Yep.
they'd be lucky that they can bat that deep.
Sure. So they're continuing with the spin here. Matthews with her third over in a row.
Yeah, I think they've seen that pace off has been working, so I reckon they'll be
Yep.
keeping with that tactic for the next couple of overs.
Absolutely. Coming to bowl to Curtis. Oh, lovely shot by Curtis there. Just out to the fielder there at deep mid wicket. Just a single. Good intent there, though. Just looking to use the feet and hit through the air. So has it been nice not having a game of cricket this weekend, Scotty?
Yeah, a couple of weeks off is always good for your, good for me, I'd say.
No games next week either?
Yeah, no games until in the new year for us girls.
Just a bit of a wide one there. Oh, you guys have been playing 2 games a weekend for the last little bit?
Yeah, it's been a lot of games of cricket to start the season off, so looking forward to getting into the one-day matches.
Absolutely. Go from your 4 overs to your 10. You got a bit longer to bat as well.
Yeah, longer to bat.
Well,
That's well bowled.
It's a very good chance there. Scully out, LBW. Newtown just bowling good, straight spin bowling here. Just asking questions of the Raiders batting lineup. So that's 4 for 44 now. Little mini collapse here. So who's likely to come in next here? Looks like it's Chloe Casey, I think. Bowled very well. Scully a bit disappointed to miss that straight one.
Yeah, I'd say so. Just kind of played all around it. It'd be disappointing.
Yeah, tried to work the ball into the leg side and just sort of missed it. So Matthews bowling really quite nice here. Good reward for effort too from her first 2 overs, not getting any wickets.
Yeah, just staying consistent, attacking the stumps has shown its reward today.
What are we expecting from Chloe Casey? Have you seen her that much?
I saw her bat last year in 16s Nationals.
Yeah.
She can definitely bat. I'm not sure she's got 10 and overs in her, though.
Okay. Dot ball there as she tries to work the ball through the offside. Really flied it up. It's a good straight bat there, though, by Casey. See, Newtown have got the ability now to really just keep trying to strangle Greater Northern to stop them from scoring.
They'll just be looking for as many dot balls as possible, keeping Ava Curtis off strike as well too.
Yeah.
And just bowling as many balls at Chloe Casey as possible here.
Straight to mid off there. Dot ball. Just push long on back now, maybe to give the single if Casey decides to hit it down there. Just a little wide one, well kept though by Green. It's a wide. Also just moved the field around with Abel coming out a mid wicket into a short fine.
Yeah, I think they're just offering Chloe the single to close the over out to keep her on strike again next
straight.
over.
Good ball there, another dot. It's a great over there by Matthews. I don't know if there was a run off that one, other than the first ball. It's 4 for 45 now, off their 10 overs. 115 required from this next 10 overs. Look, it's going to be pretty tough going from Greater Northern from here.
Yeah, it is going to be tough going. Curtis is going to have to put in a good shift here, I'd say.
Yeah. Looks like Imogen Hill coming to bowl now.
Yeah, and it looks like the surge has been taken.
Yeah. Don't mind this in Greater Northern. They've got to get the scoring rate going somehow. So potentially Curtis might be looking to go over the top here. See, I don't know if it's the surge. I think they've still got 3 out. Yeah, it looks like they are taking the surge with the deep point coming off. Claire Scott, you're right.
Thank you. Yeah, I reckon Ava would be looking for 2 big overs here.
Yeah.
And then to try and build on that towards the back end.
The bowler looks to have changed here with Chloe Abel taking the ball now. It's probably what you want, right? Your most experienced pace bowler now to be bowling these tough overs.
Yeah, I think that's open up, bowl the surge, bowl the death will be what Chloe's looking to do here today.
So for North Hobart, were you bowling most of the surge overs?
Yeah, that's been my split so far this year.
Yeah. Is it one that you sort of relish or?
Yeah, I like the pressure.
Yep.
I like knowing that it's high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
And hoping that it comes off.
Do you change your lengths much knowing that you've only got the 2 out versus the 3 or 4?
Yeah, probably bring it back a little bit.
Yep.
And just trying to hit those stumps.
Oh, gee, misses a straight one there. It's probably in the slot if she wanted to get hold of it, but I felt like it was very close to hitting the stumps. So I notice there's no short third man there. Wonder if Curtis might try and work the ball down through there.
Abel's probably a hard one to get down to that short third with the angle she has back into the right-hander.
It's another miss outside off stump there. So Newtown with a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket there. Short fine, catching mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off, short cover, extra cover, and then a point. Abel probably looking to attack the stumps here. Lovely shot by Curtis there off the back foot. Probably to the longest boundary on the ground there, Scotty.
Yeah, definitely the longest boundary, but got gifted a short and wide one there, and she's made the most of it.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Off the back foot, no real risk there in that. Hit it straight into the ground,
Yeah.
and it just took off.
She'll be hoping that can start her innings off here, I'd say.
Yeah. Well needed boundary here for Greater Northern. I'm sure the Greater Northern fans watching will be hoping Ava can come through. Full. Just a single to mid-off there. I don't think you mind that too much if you're the Bucks getting Ava off strike for a single.
No, I think you're pretty happy with the single here.
So Casey on strike now. Curtis goes have a quick chat. What do you reckon the discussion is there?
I reckon Ava's just trying to ask her where a single is here, what her boundary ball would be, and just reminding her, to get up and down the pitch here.
Yep. Curtis here, facing Abel for the first time today. Same field as what it was for Curtis. Comes Abel. Full. It's a good shot by Casey. Well fielded there at cover. Just a single. Brings Curtis back on strike with 2 to come. I think if you're Greater Northern, you'd be hoping for probably another boundary or 2 here.
Yeah, probably looking for a boundary and then a single next ball to get Ava back on strike for the next over of the surge.
Sitting at 4 for 50 after nearly 11. It's well bowled there. Dot ball. Pretty good surge over so far as it comes to the end of the over. 1-4 and a 1, I think.
Yeah, you'd be pretty happy there. If you're Newtown, I think they'll be feeling on top here.
Yeah, for sure. Only used the 4 bowlers in Abel, Lawler, Glasgow and Matthews. Feeling that Hill will probably get a bowl after the surge. Looks like it's probably going to be spin.
Yeah, it looks like Glasgow's coming on here with her offies.
Yep. So bring the lid out. Casey probably just looking to try and get off strike to get Ava on here. So, 2 out. Deep backward square in the cow. Only the 4 on the offside. Few gaps just for for
Casey.
to work the ball here. In comes Glasgow. Caught and bowled. Thought that might have been a crowd catch maybe. But straight back to the bowler. It's another wicket for Newtown. Terrific bowling from the Bucks here today.
Yeah, it has been. They've just kept attacking the stumps, giving them no room. Really putting the foot on the throat here against the Raiders.
Someone that doesn't bowl spin too, Scotty. She seems to be bowling pretty decent off spin.
They'd say off spin's pretty easy to learn. I would know, bowl it in the nets. Yeah, she might be the same.
So Casey dismissed for 1 there. Greater Northern now 5 for 51. With Monique Booth coming out to bat. I think you're still just trying to get Curtis on strike here. You've still got your 1-set batter who potentially might be able to go on with it.
Yeah, I reckon that's what the Raiders girls are being told here on the sidelines, that their job is just to run hard and get Ava on strike here.
Yeah, run rate of 4.6 at the moment. Just keeps rising here for the Raiders. 109 runs required from the next 44 balls. So of all the grounds you're playing in Tasmania, where does Newtown sit on the rankings, Scotty?
Well, I only play on 3 grounds in Hobart, normally, and TCA is my favourite. I'm not a fan of the change rooms here at Newtown, so it falls pretty low for me, I'd say.
As Glasgow comes in. Oh, looked like it might have been bat first there onto the pad, but don't mind the appeal there from Glasgow. Wide outside off stump. Bat on ball. Dot. Booth really just needs to try and get off strike here and take a bit of pressure off. Comes into bowl. Just outside off stump. Good forward defence. Newtown to be feeling like they're in a pretty good place right now.
Yeah, I think you'd be pretty happy if you're Newtown. The Raiders will be feeling, I reckon, pretty deflated already.
Yeah. So an attempted band card there potentially. I don't think so. Booth comes in. Oh, well bowled. Nearly squeezed through there. Done well to keep that out. No runs off this over. It just shows you how important the scourge can be.
Yeah, a good tight surge has probably really cemented this for Newtown here.
Look, I didn't mind it from Greater Northern to try and put a bit of pressure back on Newtown, but just losing that wicket there, it's just made it a bit difficult for the Greater Northern girls to get away.
Yeah, and Ava's been stuck at the non-strikers end for a lot of that over, so probably didn't help them.
A lot of the Newtown experience is now bowled though. You've only got 1 left from Abel and 1 Glasgow's now bowled out. 2 left from Lawler and then 1 for Matthews. So you're going to have to find some overs from the rest of the Newtown team. Looks like
Mackenzie Gifford, left armour.
Nice.
Coming on to bowl here, so they've found another bowler.
Yeah. What does she bowl? Bit of movement or is it pretty up and down?
I reckon it'll be pretty up and down, especially with the older ball. She'll just be looking to attack the stumps, and obviously left-handers are always a little bit trickier with their angle.
Yeah. So field deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Now a fine leg as well, so they're using their full 4 out at the deep point.
Yeah, they'll definitely be happy with the single with Ava on strike, first ball.
Curtis looking around here, probably trying to find out where she can find a boundary. In comes Giffard. It's unlucky there from Curtis. She's hit that really nicely, but just straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Brings Booth back on strike. I think Curtis is probably just telling her bat on ball here.
Yeah, I reckon bat on ball. They can probably run anywhere but to short cover, I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah, plenty of gaps on the leg side there if they want to just try and work one round. Just depends where Giffard can bowl here. Oh, that's well bowled. Maybe just outside the line. It's probably the right shot to play for that line, though.
Yeah, probably the right shot, especially with the gaps there on the leg side.
Comes Giffard. Well played there by Booth. Getting Curtis back on strike. Just works it down to deep backward square there. So speaking to Maisie about the Tigers earlier, how they lost to Newtown yesterday. Did you manage to catch any of that one?
I didn't get there in person, but watched it on the live stream. Obviously disappointing.
New South Wales a very strong team as Giffard bowls one down leg side. Curtis works it into the gap. They might try and push for two here.
That's well run there.
Yeah, good running. They've come back for two. Curtis now 20 off 25. Maybe a couple more than that. Just pulls out of her run up there. Do you find that's hard to do as a pace bowler when you feel like you're about to come in and pull out, or are you usually happy to do it if you're not in rhythm?
Yeah, I find it hard to pull out. I normally end up bowling and then regretting not pulling out.
Yeah. She comes. Oh, it's in the slot again. It's just gone straight out to that fielder there. Curtis to be disappointed not to get a boundary from either of those two shots.
Yeah, she will be. She'll be definitely looking for the boundary here.
Yeah. Booth on strike. It's a no ball. Just works down to fine leg, goes past. Come back for the second. It's all right. Sometimes they just slip out, don't they?
Yeah, sometimes they do. I don't think the Raiders girls will be complaining about a free hit on offer here.
No. Where do you reckon Booth's going to try and hit this one?
I reckon, seeing what she's been doing the last couple of balls, she's still going to be looking to that square, fine leg kind of area.
Yep. Seems to work the ball off her pads quite nicely. It's wide. Another one on there. Raiders sitting at 5 for 60. Still 100 runs to get. Newtown have done a fantastic job here. Oh, lovely shot by Booth. Looks like that one's going to the boundary. Oh, good effort by Glasgow down there. Just could not quite stop that one at long on as it goes for four. So a good shot there by Booth.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Should probably be looking to that a few more times, I'd say, if the Raiders have any chance here of sneaking through the win.
Just kind of freed the arms and let rip.
Yeah, just free the arms, clear the front leg and swing through the ball.
Yep. Claire Scott special.
Yeah, yep, one of my own.
So now that you're not playing for the Tigers, Scotty, what have you been up to?
I just graduated from uni, so I'm a pharmacist now, so full-time work. It's been a bit of a different life for me now.
I reckon. How's that transition been from a professional athlete into pharmacy?
Yeah, it's been good. I finished up with cricket and then had 6 months of finishing uni, so I did a bit of placement, done a bit of travelling, and now, settling into some full-time work, which has been nice.
Awesome. Matthews here bowling her last over. Been pretty impressive so far.
She has.
It's well bowled. It's a good shot there by Curtis.
Yeah, I think that's where she's been looking to go earlier, straight back down the ground, and one's finally come off from her here.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Pretty low risk in the scheme of things. Try and hit it too hard and just put it straight down the ground. Do you think that Greater Northern could have tried to be a little bit more aggressive with using the feet, especially to the slower spin?
Yeah, especially to the slower spin early on, I guess. Well, for me, that's be what I'd try and target, especially when they had the 2 straights up and trying to hit it back over their heads.
Yeah. Matthews comes in. It's a great shot by Curtis. Through the offside there, hitting the gap between mid-off and cover quite nicely as it rolls to the rope. And then that one there just showed no risk again.
Yeah, I think she'll be hoping she started doing this a bit earlier, I'd say.
So Matthews just hit for 2 boundaries. What do you think she's going to try and do for this one, or as a spinner, you're not too worried about going for these 2?
Maybe she's going to try and bring her length back a little bit, but not sure.
Yeah. Yeah, she has brought it back a little bit there. Good call, Scotty. Just a single there. Brings Booth on strike.
Just a bit harder for Curtis to get her hands through it when it's just brought back a touch. Happy with the single, obviously.
Yeah. Raiders now 5 for 72. It's in the slot again. Good shot by Booth into the gap there. It should at least be 2. Well fielded out there. I think that's Lister on the boundary.
I reckon that's Lawler out on that side.
Pretty good over so far for the Raiders.
Yeah, they'll be happy with this one.
Yeah. Trying to get something back here. Just an edge points onto this one. Just a single. One to come here. Now, if you're Curtis, are you looking to try and find as many runs as you can, or are you going to try and keep the strike? What would be your perception here?
I reckon Booth's shown she can bat, so you probably, if the ball's there, you're hitting it for a boundary, I'd say. And then otherwise getting the single.
Field change here by Newtown. They've pushed long off back after those 2 boundaries earlier in the over.
And bringing square up, so...
Maybe Curtis might look to use her feet, maybe step across to the leg side and use that big gap there on the leg side. She does. Just a behind square there for a single. Keeps the strike going into the next over. Good over there by the Raiders. They'll be hoping for a few more of those to potentially try and take the game as long as they can. So 6 overs remaining. 83 runs required now for Greater Northern. So the run rate is definitely getting up.
I reckon Newtown will be feeling pretty confident here with where they've got the game.
So you're over Curtis right now. Are you still thinking you can potentially bring the team home, or is it sort of reaching that point now?
I think you've got to stay confident and hope that you can do it, but yeah.
Confidence has never been a problem for you, Scotty?
No, some would say it's not a problem for me.
Giffard continuing here. Single off the first to mid-off. Booth on strike here. Should probably look to go to the leg side, I would have thought. Just hits it to mid-on. And another good catch by Glasgow there. She's taken a couple of good catches so far, especially after that drop in the first over too.
Yeah, after the drop in the first over, she's come back really well in the field.
Good little cameo there from Booth. Unfortunate to get out, but got a couple of boundaries in there and sort of did okay. She's out for 10. So Phoebe Barnett is coming into bat now. She also kept today. Played much against Phoebe?
No, I think she just plays every now and again for the Raiders, so I don't think I definitely haven't seen her bat.
Yeah, it'd be hard for Greater Northern when you've got someone like Emma Mannix-Sheaves who's usually taking the gloves.
Yeah, someone that normally takes the gloves, normally scores a lot of runs for them. Yeah, big gap in their team.
Yep. Curtis probably just trying to say battle ball. Quick single here. Good result for Giffard though, getting a wicket in a final.
Yeah, a good day for her.
Yeah. Comes Giffard. Straight up. Oh, it's just in the gap there between mid-on and mid-wicket. Nearly a run out as well. There's a bit happened in that ball there, Claire Scott.
Yeah, there was a lot happening. Probably a bit of miscommunication there from the two fielders and then a big throw.
Yeah. Oh, well done. Curtis is going to look to come back for a second here, I would have thought. Yeah, that's good running. Putting the pressure there on the fielder to try and get that one in.
Yeah, and she'll definitely be wanting to be back on strike here, Curtis.
Abel probably a little disappointed not to take that catch on the ball before.
Yeah, I reckon she'll be disappointed. They'll probably be looking to bowl Raiders out here, I'd say, would be their plan.
Yeah. Looked like it was straight into the sun. Would have been a tough one to catch. Curtis. Oh, lovely shot through the offside there. Into that big pocket there. Another two. Oh, she's got to move. Good running there. Pretty good throw from out there in the deep too.
Yeah, big pocket out there, so good throw.
I think that was Erin Laurel out there with the big arm.
Yeah.
Raiders now 6 for 83 with one ball left in this 15th over. It's another good cricket shot by Curtis, but just a dot ball. Becoming ever increasingly a bit harder here for the Raiders to chase this one down. 77 required from 5 overs. It's up to around 15 and over now.
They need some loose bowling here, I'd say, if they've got any chance.
Still one left for Abel, 2 for Lawler, 2 for Giffard. Looks like Lawler's coming back on. Might be able to use the pace here to potentially try and get a few boundaries.
Yeah, I think that'll be their plan. Hit the ball hard, I'd say.
Yeah. So as captain here for Newtown, he really just trying to restrict the boundaries and be okay with your singles.
Yeah, you're really happy with singles here. They can't win the game with singles, so limiting your extras and dots and ones.
Yeah. Barnett on strike. Hoping to get Great Northern over the line here. Comes the ball up. Wide down leg side. It's what you're talking about there, Scotty. It could be some erratic bowling that might potentially get Great Northern into this.
Yeah, some loose bowling from Raiders probably really added on to Newtown's score. And if the same thing happened here, could benefit the Raiders.
Yep. Well bowled by Lola, and a good celebration to go with it too. The big double fister.
Oh, Oh, just a good comeback from her previous ball, top of the stumps. She's happy with it.
Beaten for pace a little bit too.
Yeah, I reckon it's probably never faced someone that fast before.
Yep.
Just jumping around a bit, and Lola comes through with the wicket.
Always difficult to face someone off that speed off such a short run up too, because you.
Yeah, it'd be a bit deceiving, especially if you've never faced her before, that it's actually going to come through at a decent click.
Is her action a bit harder to pick up as well with the bit of a sling?
Yeah, because it's so slingy, it's hard to pick up like line and length because there's no cues coming from the hand, I'd say.
Peyton Stewart now coming out to bat with the Raiders 7 down with 5 overs to go. A really good performance today from the Newtown Bucks, considering they were well and truly up against it in that first inning. So the batting from Dobson there through the middle with Imogen Hill really set the game up nicely for him. So 4 out, deep cover, third man, fine leg and a deep square. Boundary still the name of the game here for the Raiders. Five balls to come. And bat on ball there. Good work getting Curtis back on strike. Curtis now probably looking to go.
Should be looking to go big here.
Yeah. Long on comes back, third man up. Obviously thinking she's going to be looking for that long on mid-wicket area.
Yeah, she does like that pocket out there, so no surprise that they've blocked it up.
Short, straight, just the one. Stewart might try and come back for a second here. Just a single, well fielded there by Newtown. Curtis unlucky not to get hold of that one a bit more. Lawler to Stewart. Oh, short. Just a single there into the leg side as Abel comes to pick the ball up. Good cricket that by Stewart, getting the more experienced batter on strike.
Yeah, I think she'll be happy not to face Lawler anymore as well too.
Stewart's also taken a few wickets this year. I think she's second in the tally, only behind El Marsh, but she didn't get a bowl today.
Yeah, probably unlucky. She's a young player, so sometimes they don't always get a go, especially in these bigger matches.
Yep. Yeah, 12 wickets from the game she's played is a great effort though. Just a wide there from Lawler down the leg side. Comes Lawler. Oh, great shot. Curtis has hit that ball very hard there through the leg side. Not too far away from Glasgow, who feels like she's been everywhere today. But great shot by Curtis as we close out that over. Still not quite what they require per over, but a good over nonetheless. 13 off. Curtis 42 off 37. 6 boundaries.
Yeah, she's really anchored their innings here today.
Yep. Just needed some support around her by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think if she had one of those other top 3 batters staying with her for a bit longer, it might have been a bit more of a game.
Yeah. Just shows how different the games can be when those Tassie players aren't playing.
Yeah, just taking away the depth, I think, in some of our teams.
Yeah. And Newtown have sort of showed that the depth in their club's really good, considering they obviously lost 4 or 5 players from last week's game too.
Yeah, they've recruited well to their team to bring that depth, I guess, with the West Indians and Alyssa from Scotland.
Good work there by Stewart to get off strike. Also losing Beth Lane from the game today too, who's obviously been a key component of their team.
Yeah, they would be disappointed about that. Scored runs, taken wickets for them, so big loss.
Yeah. Kennedy comes into bowl. Oh, it's a good ball. Nice and straight there. Curtis gives it the respect it deserves. Just plays it to cover. Dot ball. 7 for 93 now with 22 balls left. It's 67 to get. It's up around the 3 ball now. Good shot by Curtis on the single though. Straight to the fielder. Well fielded out there. So we finish up with the T20 part of the competition now. Move into the one days. What needs to go right for North Hobart, Scotty, to hopefully be back into a final?
I think batting time. Remembering that we've got like more than twice as long to bat, so scoring big runs, not getting bored when we're bowling, and I think showing the depth that we have in our team will help us get back into those finals.
Yeah, I saw North Hobart had 7 players in the under-19s. It's obviously a good, strong number with a few club players from other clubs.
Yeah, having 7 shows like the youth that we have in our squad. We definitely missed them the last 2 weeks when they were away.
Curtis works it in for a single there. Do you know the availability of the West Indians players? Are they here for the entire summer?
I'm not sure. I think they might be. They're definitely tough to face when they're bowling.
Yep.
So yeah.
Comes Kennedy. Well bowled and well played there by Stewart. It's the over. Good over there by Stewart. 3 overs left. 65 runs required. Party time for Newtown, is it, Scotty?
Yeah, I reckon they'll be thinking about their celebrations already out there.
Looks like Newtown don't have too many players that are under 19 as well, so they're all likely to be in Botanica tonight.
I'd say, yeah, they probably give the club rooms a bit of a crack and then see what's going on out there.
Yeah. Lawler here to bowl her last. 2 for 23. She's been bowling really well today. Let's do a little wayward. It's one down leg side. Glasgow probably the pick of the bowlers today. 3 for 8 off 4, and then she batted pretty well. 11 off 7.
Yeah, just didn't leave the stumps, Glasgow, today, and got the reward.
8 shot by Curtis. Going to try and come back for a second. Just a single. Good shot by Curtis there. Good fielding by Glasgow. So if you are selecting the player of the match, Scotty, who do you think? Is it Dobson with her 47 knot? Is it maybe Glasgow with her wickets?
I reckon Dobson's runs won them the game. That'd be my pick.
Well bowled there by Lawler. It's a 3rd wicket for her. I reckon Stewart's middle stump there. It's once again beaten for pace.
Yeah, same thing as last time.
So now 2 required for Newtown, and a hell of a lot of runs for Greater Northern.
I reckon the excitement's already building for the Newtown girls.
Yep.
They've been hunting a flag for a while, so they'll be pretty happy.
Absolutely, and they've had quite a young squad for the past few years that are now getting towards that little bit more experienced end.
Yeah, getting more experienced, contributing to winning games. So
yeah, feels like North Hobart and Greater Northern have probably had a bit of a stranglehold on some of the results over the last little bit, so it's always good to see the other teams do well.
I'd still prefer North Hobart holding the flag, must admit, but yeah, good to see sometimes some other people can take it away from us.
Yeah. So 3 for 25 now for Lawler. She can maybe finish him off and end up with a little 5-piece. You never know.
I think that's what you'd be looking for
Yeah.
here.
Good celebrator too. I've just seen the replay of her wicket, the double fister again.
Yeah, she loves the wicket.
Yeah. So quick around the grounds too with the men's first grade. South Hobart Sandy Bay made 149 and North Hobart a 7 for 126, needing 23 from their last 2 overs. Kate Appleby and Tom Fox at the crease. And in the other final, Kingborough made 114 and University have chased that 5 down. So Uni into another final. Newtown looking good here for the win in the women's first grade comp. Your favourite shot against Scotty? The edge through slips for 4.
The Raiders girls seem to love it too.
Yeah. Having been on the other end of a bad bus ride home from Launceston.
Oh, I've had a bad bus ride home. I'm pretty sure we drove up there. We got bowled out for 30, then had to get on the bus back home. So
Yeah.
sad day that was.
Yeah, it's always tough after a grand final as well, right? They haven't had a lot of success over the last few years. They've obviously made a few finals, but
Yeah, they've made a few finals and they've had a few sad bus rides home. So
Yeah.
you've got to feel for them.
yeah, you do. Newtown doing a great job here to wrap the game up. Waller, a couple of balls left in a spell. Still a little wayward. Right outside the off. Deep cover, third man. Fine leg in a deep square there. Not long to go now. Time to leave that one. That's the over. Good spell there by Lawler.
Yeah, she'll be happy. 3 wickets.
So do you know how many years she had stopped for?
She kept on like randomly appearing, I'd say, every now and again. But she reckons she's been gone for a good 5 years, like
Yep.
consistently.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm sure Newtown will be very happy to have her back with how well she bowled today.
Yeah, a bit of extra pace is always good for the attack.
Yeah. Curtis on strike. Probably deserves a 50 today. I think she's pretty close to 45 not out. Comes Kennedy.
I think she'd
Dot ball
prefer
there.
a win.
Yeah, I think she would too, but can hold her head high. She's batted well. Another dot ball. 9 balls left. I'm not very good at maths, but I don't think they can get there.
No, I don't think they can get there. It's been a really good bowling display here from Newtown.
Just those extra runs too. Come back to those extras. Just took the pressure off a little bit. Good shot by Curtis. They might try and turn that one into 2. No, just a single there. Eight from 104. Do you feel like Newtown have been the best team in the competition so far this year?
I think it's actually been pretty even between us three up the top.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've probably peaked at the right time, I'd say.
Yeah.
Finished off the season strong, which is always the way to go.
Absolutely. Single there. She's got to move. Oh, nearly a run-out chance there. Good throw there from point. Curtis now 46 not out. Boundary here to bring up her 50. Kennedy to bowl. It's a good shot. Straight to the fielder though. It's happened a few times today with Curtis where she's hit some really nice shots, but they've just gone straight to fielders.
Yeah, it's been good field sets here from Newtown.
Yeah. Going into a match like this, would you know that Curtis is strong in certain areas and you'd set fields accordingly?
Yeah, you probably know she's very leg side dominant. So you'd set your field to block those areas up.
Yeah. It's the end of the over there. Good 2 overs there from Kennedy. Not really losing many runs. Disappointed not to get a wicket there, I'm sure. As we go into the last over here. Newtown pretty much won the title.
They'll be thinking it.
Yeah. Chloe able to finish this off here. Sure she wouldn't mind a wicket or two.
Yeah, last 2 wickets win the game. She'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, and I think she's bowled quite well too. Even though she hadn't taken any wickets, she'd bowled rather controlled and really managed to stem that run flow early on.
Yeah, and the power play and in the surge, she bowled really tight lines, so she's done well.
It's what you want from your captain as well, right? To be stepping up and wanting to bowl those hardest overs.
Yeah, lead the team.
It's a good shot by Curtis. Looks like it's probably going to hit the boundary there, and that's her 50. I'm sure, as Scotty said, that she would have preferred a Greater Northern win, but a 50 nonetheless.
Yeah, she's batted well, but yeah, I'm sure she was still going to come off really disappointed for the girls.
Could be some red ink as well, getting that average up even higher. I'm sure Abel wouldn't have liked being hit him for a boundary there.
No, she would have won a nice tight over to finish up, but
5 balls to go. Abel. Nice and full. They might look to turn this one into a 2. Good running there. Leary coming back for the second. Curtis still looking to score through that leg side area as well. Just walking at Abel there, looking into the leg side. It's one thing, do you think they maybe could have done a little bit more with the pace bowlers? Is use the feet to throw them off their lines?
yeah, they probably needed to do something. So walking at them, getting deep. But yeah, the bowlers were on top, so the batters probably needed to try something.
Yep. Yeah, 114 just shows they might have been a little bit more in the contest if those extras were maybe down a little bit more.
Yeah, well, they bowled 30 plus extras, so I reckon even if they could have taken 20 off that, then they might have felt like they were in with a chance in these last 5.
Yep. Comes Abel, bowling to Leary, just drag him on down the leg side there. Just shows the importance of getting off to a good start too, with those first 3 overs only going at maybe 5s.
Yeah, especially when chasing, you want to be on top from the start, and they just never quite got there.
Yeah, you really want to be able to set the tone here, and they tried with Kavanagh opening the batting. Good leave, no ball here. Free hit coming up for Greater Northern. So you've got the tail ender on strike here for the free hit. What are you trying to tell him here, Scotty?
Just probably when you know your players, you know where they want to hit it, so just reminding them, you know, that's where they want to be looking.
Yep.
So whether that's straight or...
Here comes Abel. Free hit. Oh, it's in the slot too. Just back down the ground for a single. Couple of balls left here. Great team effort here by Newtown here to...
Yeah, they'll all be happy tonight, I'd say.
Yeah. Coach has done a great job with the squad this year, and the whole female program seems to be going quite well. Curtis, it's high to the leg side.
She's fallen into the gap.
Fielded by Kennedy there. It's the last ball to come here. Sure, Abel will want to get a wicket. As the celebrations come. Able to finish off the innings. It's a wide. She can't believe it. North Hobart fans just waiting by the side here, ready to run on for the win.
Newtown fans.
Oh, sorry, Newtown. Thank you, Scotty. It's a good finish. And that's the game. Newtown. Too good today, Claire Scott. Showed with the bat that they were just sat a little bit better when they were out there.
Yeah, they batted well, they bowled well, so deserving of the win today.
Yeah, absolutely. Terrific performance by Vanessa Dobson, especially with the bat and with the ball.
Glasgow bowled very well.
Glasgow bowled really well with the ball. Thank you for joining us here today. I'm Zach Peace. It's been a pleasure speaking to you with Claire Scott. Thanks for coming along, Scotty.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon. Cheers. Bye.